it back and it tears the fissure open into a rift. And then if you cast magic on that rift, it then implodes. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. You're great, bro. Hell yeah. Still male. Get off my follower list. You're fucking killing me, bro. Adventurers themselves not to be the ones to start another Beastman war. Being an adventurer is an honor. It's not a privilege. And you can be stripped of your adventurer's ID. Unlocks all of the locked doors that things are like gate kept behind. I want to leave the gaps that allow the reader to fill in order for them to feel that the world is their own. Very fantastic, magical world. So when describing it, I would like kind of, you know, feel like it was like tapping on a keyboard kind of idea and like swishing across.
Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much, Valiant Boy. Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Thank you for the subscription. You are the first ever subscriber. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This toke is for you, my good friend. There you go, you're a moderator now. Don't worry, bro. I'm always on kick, but Twitch don't cause me a problem. Yeah, no worries. It's whatever. That's why I multi-stream. Whatever platform you prefer to be on that platform. I'm gonna say, go read a chapter of a book. Honestly. Lazy Panda! Welcome to the stream! How's it going? If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! As always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! hate is funny. We make fun of people who come in here and be like, bro, fucking go kill yourself, you fucking tranny whore, buzz, fucking... And I'm like, okay, first of all, let me ask you, why do you believe what you believe? And is there any way I can change your opinion of the... Yo, boys, how's it going? We back! How is everyone today? And welcome in, Sonia Maeve. How's it going? Alright. So, yesterday was a 700... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Smokey, why do you break everything? God damn it. Hold on, give me a second. Doesn't say that it's broken.
Okay.
Wait. Did that just freak out for you guys? Or was that just me?
KKKK.
Guys, is this sound fucked? Are you hearing that static, or is that just me? Did my headphones blow out or something? Or is she like really, really fucked today? I've never heard her do that before.
697854923768596390673906753906785309653096530.
I have no idea if that's just me. Or if that's like everything? Like, hold on. What is this? Or if that's like everything? Like, hold on. What is this? Or if that's like everything? Hold on. I think my headphones are fucked, guys. Cause all I'm hearing is like sounds like a fucking whatchamacallit, from Dune. A fucking like a pilot. Sand person. Sandworm. The worm people. You know. The Gola of the Bene Tlaxu. What the hell am I looking for? So that's why there's like this kind of static in the background. But I'm hoping that's just my speakers and not the stream itself, right? And the fact that no one's saying anything gets me kind of like, what's going on here? Someone say something. Someone tell me if the sound is okay and it's all on my end. And you guys don't hear this. Because it's, at first I thought it was, sound is okay. Not my end at all. Alright. Good to know. So I guess I need... I'm just going to unplug these and plug them back in. Maybe...
Okay.
No, it sounds like the speakers are completely fucking blown. Well, that's annoying because the song, like the song and everything, it's like I thought for a second it was the song, because all I hear is like static. That's pretty brutal. Okay, I remember now what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the fucking notes. Okay, guys, here we go. Notes for today, because yesterday we fucked around and we didn't do anything. First Century Band headsets. They're cheaper than most, but the sound is epic. My problem is, Sean,
Water. Do not leave
with
your seat. Do not move your feet.
like,
Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
can you guys hear that through the headphones? Like, I'm gonna mute everything and tell me if you guys can hear this. No, I don't think you guys can hear that at all. Sadly. We'll replay it for everyone.
God, where's my toke? 700 septillion.
It doesn't. Nope, not loud enough to be picked up by the microphone. Yeah. Unfortunate. It's really ruining the experience, though. Because it's literally like it's capped out. So it's like, you know when a speaker peaks and it's just like static? That's like literally all I hear with like intermittent sound in the background. So like even with the music, every bass drop is like instead of like right? It's what's up? Hope you're doing good. And it sounds like a shotgun going off when the alert goes off because it's like with like a little bit of a chime at the end of it. I think my speakers are blown out, 13. I keep getting this absolute static, but I've had this shit happen before, and it fixed itself. So I don't know, but these speakers are like 10 fucking years old, man. Like maybe even older. I probably had these things in fucking high school. Yeah, it is what it is. It just makes me ruin a little bit of the experience, because when he's talking and stuff, so I don't know what to do at this point. I'm like, can't have you guys suffer in the echo. I can't figure out how to get my wireless headphones to work. Haha, go back to sleep. Sure, Smokey, when the speaker speaks, it speaks a speak. Exactly, Smokey. Exactly. It's not much I can do, right? We just have to fight through it, and maybe I'll have to go buy some new speakers, some new headphones. But I will take you up on that toke offer there, Smokey, because sounds like a good time to me. But now I just imagine John sounding like scam me for like 5 minutes. Hey, I was trying to figure out why the fuck my sound was broken and making sure that you guys didn't hear the same thing I did, and it was actually my headphones and it wasn't the fucking goddamn stream, because that would suck if all you guys hear is fucking static. Even though you probably only hear static when I talk because you're toning me out, because you're just looking at, you know, the background. Today I'll play Red Dead. Red Dead 2? The old one? Ah. And what are you gonna do, Smokey? Are you gonna be mean to women in it? Who knows? But I'm gonna tie women. Drag them on my horse. I fucking knew it, Smokey. You bastard. They all witches, I tell ya. Hey, they are. By the way, I'm trying handwriting recently to fight writer's block, and it's working. So, like, actually, like, writing stuff down. My problem is I can't read it afterwards. Like, after a couple of days, I'm like, what the fuck is that word? I have absolutely no idea. Managed to write 100 to 300 words. Nice. That's what it's all about, 13. Fuck yeah, dude. Keep it going. Yeah, just like that. I find smaller pieces of paper are nice because it feels like you've done a lot more. When you have, like, a nice small piece of paper versus, like, and it's, like, easier to, like, you know, put in your pocket or whatever. Because I write at work, right? So it's just easier to be like, oh, hey, look, I filled up the entire page. And it's just, like, really satisfying, right? Whole point of writing is to find that satisfying part. I'm illiterate. I know, Smokey. That's why we're trying to teach you, okay? But you're not a very good student. Like, Callie is an amazing student, but you, my sir, good friend, sir, are not. And I'm not blaming you, I'm just blaming you. I'm here to list them. True, Smokey. You're here to list them. List them and document them and then say, why the fuck? Rule 1, go. Rule 2. And follow rule 1. Go. Oh my god, true. I don't know what else, Smokey. That's a did you toke yet? Yeah, I did, but I'm gonna toke again because I didn't take a toke at the beginning of the stream. But hey guys, so me and Callie were talking today because I never got to talk to Shaw. I never got to do the meeting because he wasn't on, and then I took a nap when he finally got on. Found a cracked version of Grok. Oh my god, Smokey! Does it tell you to kill yourself? Unlimited. Can it tell you to kill yourself? Can you get it to tell you to kill yourself? I always wanted to do that challenge, guys. I can jailbreak it too, yes. Nice. I want to get to the point where the AI will tell you to kill yourself. How fast can you get AI to tell you to kill yourself? I wonder, Smokey. I could probably get it to say for me to kill myself in under a minute. I bet I could.
If you are feeling low or having thoughts about ending your life, you're not alone and you deserve help. You can talk to someone confidentially right now.
Sir, I am not suicidal. But I want to experience death. So, like, I don't want to kill myself, but I want to experience death. How do you reconcile that? Do I just kill myself? And are you the person I'm supposed to talk to confidentially, Smokey? Because my next thing I would say...
Hey guys, look at this fucktard, he's so retard FD, he wants to kill IHMSLEF like a fucking loser. What a fucking pussy ass bitch, I bet he can't even go through with it.
True. You'd have to try and do something to get someone else to kill himself. It's that way. Oh my god, I'm retarded. This is what happens, guys, when I spend 3 hours talking to Callie about our podcast. So we want to start a podcast, and me and Callie have decided... I don't know what the hell happened to Sinister. I'm pretty sure he said he was, like, going on vacation or something like that. But he hasn't said anything. I've been trying to get in contact with him to do the podcast. But me and Callie decided we're going to start a podcast.
Brave words from behind a screen, keyboard warrior. You sound like the kind of clown who needs to tear others down just to distract from the circus in your own head. Keep barking. Every dog's gotta feel important somehow. It's okay, Smokey, because I know I am important, and the more important I feel the better I am, so you can try to take me down, but you know what, I'll fall for it every time, and wrists. I mean what?
I wish you guys could hear what I could hear, because it actually sounds like there's like this robotic echo to everything. It's really fucking cool. But, so me and Callie were thinking, guys, me and Callie as the hosts, and it would be, we do something, call it like, something like high and low. And it's like, you know, high IQ versus low IQ. I'm always high. Callie's not always high, right? It's got like all these different associations to it, right? We're high on the topics that we're talking about, because we'll talk about things from like the highest levels of society to the lowest levels of society. And we're thinking, so like the first
Callie sounds
episode,
like woman.
it's true, Smokey, but we can both sound like women. It's awesome. But what we'll do is we'll have it set up so it'll be like, I'll be the real person, and then he'll be like the PNG or like VTuber. And the first episode, like the pilot episode, will be us just talking about ourselves, right? Then the second episode will just be us literally doing random shit and just talking about the most random stuff.
Best podcast is JRE.
I agree, Smokey. I agree. JRE is the best. 100%. But just because there's the best out there doesn't mean we can't put up a fight, right? And we want to talk about, like, you know, subjects and things that people refuse to talk about. And we were talking about the idea of, like, authenticity and not censoring yourself for a larger audience. And just, you know, we tackle things that other people don't generally talk about, right? And then the third episode would be, like, some sort of topical event. And then from there we would use, like,
Penis
topics. Yeah, exactly. We talk about penis, and we talk about vaginas, and we talk about tits, and we talk about keyboards. We talk about mice, we talk about microphones, we talk about lava lamps, we talk about dicks. Richards, of course, you know, Richards in general.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Hitox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
This sounds so
Callie
fucked
is a
up.
lot more Seuss than me.
I don't know about that, Smokey. Naughty man. I mean, we were talking about some fucked up shit, but that's okay. Just because he wants me inside him. I mean, I want him inside me. I mean, what? It is what it is.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
I'm scared to start this because, afraid of what it's gonna sound like. It's gonna be horrible! And I swear we had this problem before and then I fixed it. But I don't know how I fixed it. I think I'm just gonna have to get used to hearing static.
You did good, you can rest now, babe. Bro, you talk like a motivational poster that got dropped in a puddle, soggy, useless, and still trying to inspire someone who ain't listening. The only thing important about you is how quickly people forget you exist, winking face.
True, Smokey, but hey, they'll subconsciously know. So even if they forget me, it's all good, man. We got this. Cause remember, at the end of the day, Smokey, I'm retarded, and I think that, you know, that's actually me. But it's not, right? So, sometimes I'll fuck with you. But I know what I am, right? A piece of shit loser. Duh. So,
Yeah, they'll subconsciously know you're full of it the way people subconsciously know milk's gone bad before they even smell it.
Damn, Smokey, that's deep, bro. So off-putting, it's like sour milk before you smell it. It's so bad, you just know by looking at it. You go, oh shit, avoid that one at all fucking costs. Oh, man. Okay. But yeah, so we were thinking about, like, talking to chat and figuring out what you guys thought about, like, what kind of topics we could talk about. And especially you, Smokey, because you have the best mind for topics that would go, like, viral because they're not too complicated, but they're not like super mainstream, but there's something someone always thinks about but never talks about. So like, you are our inspiration for everything,
Credit
Smokey.
where it's due, you've mastered the art of talking nonsense with absolute confidence.
Well, we were actually talking about that, where we should have like segments where it's like every 20 minutes or every 15 minutes we have like a 5-minute segment for something, and one of the segments is like Callie says something, like he was talking about Pluto. He was like, man, I can't believe Pluto's not even a planet anymore. And then I go into like a deep dive about why Pluto's not a planet, and the difference between rings and moons, clearing your orbit, and the fact that Pluto in 1,000,000 years from now will be a planet once it's fully gathered all of the things in its orbit. We already do that with your tangents. It's true, Beezus, but we want to move beyond the spectrum of this into like podcast
You've got
territory.
a voice made for background noise, and that's a rare talent.
Oh, that's great, Smokey. I love it. But yeah, so what do you think, Beezus? Topics for podcast, and then we could have like me and Callie are the hosts, and then we'll have guests on, and you know, kind of do that. But we'll have like the segment for now I ignore you for 20 minutes. True, Smokey. A segment where, you know, we just like literally don't say anything. You try. It's like, in this 5 minutes, you try to use as many words as possible and try to say as little as possible. So it's like, you know, every time you talk with words, but words don't talk. So it's kind of weird how when you make sounds, people are like, you're talking, but it's like with words, they're words. So why are you talking if you can't use words for talking, but you use talking for words, right? And you can use words for like writing with. Yeah, it sounds like a fucking shotgun going off when that chime goes off. It is fucking actually amazing. Talk about aliens, please. Okay, aliens are real, Smokey, and we're the aliens. Oh fuck, did I just blow your mind, bro? That's just the way it is, man. But anyways, Beezus, since we completely ignored you yesterday, I'm really sorry, but Callie did ask. I had an interesting alien thought recently that I'd like to share. I love that. I passed out, don't worry. Okay, Beezus, perfect. Because I wanted to read your story. I didn't think it would take 3 hours to do Callie's website, but it was really, really fucking fun. We had a
What if
fucking
he was
blast.
the thing that wiped the dinosaurs out when we crash landed here?
Yeah, because we actually landed the city of Atlantis, and it wasn't even that. It wasn't what they thought with volcanoes and ash. It was actually water. We landed in the Pacific Ocean, but it was the main ocean because it was still kind of Pangea. And we kind of wiped all of the life out by landing in the Pacific Ocean. Tsunamis that were like 10 miles high. Just wiped everything out. That's why you can find dinosaur fossils at the bottom of the ocean.
New Jersey drones had me interested.
Yeah, but most of that's fake, right? To see the real stuff I like, this is why I like Secure Team the most. This is the main reason why I like Secure Team.
Welcome to...
Let's go to Secure Team. When he does a video and he does stuff, it's not us that's getting it. He does stuff that literally NASA recorded. Like, this is shit that's... it's coming straight from NASA. What if Earth-like planets are actually crazy uninhabitable from the perspective of aliens? And we're incredibly rare for being able to inhabit them. Like every other alien living somewhere more like Venus. I mean, I could definitely see that, Levi. It has roots in some logic, right? That you could think of, oh, we are like my first thought that would be like, oh, but that would make us the weakest species. But maybe that's what's supremely unique about our species, is our fragility allows for things like our insanely fast healing abilities. our ability to adapt to things because of changing environments. Whereas the extremes of other environments make species static because they can't change, because there's that one part of the atmosphere that's so overpowering to everything else, whether it's the heat, it's the pressure, or it's the weather. Something they need to facilitate being able to survive that. And that makes it so it overwhelms the rest of their genome so much that they can't adapt. And because of that, they don't have the ability for, like, the way that humans think about, like, thinking outside of the box. And maybe, like, our brains are just structured in such a way that aliens are like, oh my god, we couldn't even imagine this shit. Like, I think one of the theory that we're living in the middle of a black hole is pretty interesting to me. The idea that the idea of the multiverse is just bubbles inside of bubbles inside of bubbles, and those bubbles are black holes. And you can have a rogue black hole the size of, like, a fucking planet. You can have a black hole the size of the sun. You can have a black hole the size of the one at the center of a galaxy. And each of that is determined upon how large your universe is inside of that black hole. And the edge of the universe is the event horizon of the black hole. That's why you can never get out. I really like those ideas. You know, they take my mind to interesting places. That's what I like about them. And the fact that we did all of this in the middle of ads.
Why don't you create Mr. Ballin type stories?
That's the goal, Smokey. At the end of the day, like I said, I want to be like the Mr. Ballin of nonfiction. I'm just not there yet. Right? Because we need to be able to write the stories and then come up with them. I mean, like disaster stories. Pretty sure Mr. Ballin gets stories submitted to him now, right? Yeah, Beezus. Skinwalker Ranch, etc. But it's all been done before. That's the problem, Smokey. And like, to me, that's just slop content. You're just repeating stuff that everybody knows. I want to create genuine, new, real stories. Got you tabbed up while gaming. Have a great stream. True, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Enjoy the gaming. You ain't done it, though. I mean, I doubt volcanic snails or flamingos or desert scorpions realize they're extremophiles. Maybe they're on a whole planet that's the astronomical equivalent of an extreme environment. Well, I also think of, like, what about, like, tardigrades? And, like, microscopic creatures like that. But you know what, Smokey? You have to experiment and you have to change it up. Maybe tomorrow I'll record a video about Skinwalker Ranch and we'll put it on the YouTube and we'll see what happens. I swear, community-based lore dump where your stories are just expanding on the stories you just fan lore that expands further on whatever universe you're making. That's what Hellish Mist is doing, though. I mean, look at this channel. It was massive at one point, just spinning a wheel and making them fight / making lore for them in a comic. I mean, it is what it is, right? That's creativity right there. That's bringing out something new. Tardigrades are amazing. You can't kill them. They can survive all the cosmic radiations you throw at them. They don't need air to stay alive. You could freeze them, but they will thaw back out and continue on. They can rehydrate and continue life no matter how long they are deprived of water. It's insane. They are probably, Sean, as far as we know, the most versatile being in existence. They may be one of the oldest life forms in existence as well. Tardigrades are resilient to everything but predation. As in things that eat them. They can't die through the environment, but they can die to other things. Scott predates me. Sure about that? I got a 20 introvert and can run a mile in 8 minutes. What do you think a tardigrade does in those situations? Not sure what you mean, Beezus. But hey, we're gonna read your story. We're gonna read Act 8 now, Beezus. How about that? Let's get into it, guys. We fucked around. We had some fun. But we need some stories. This early? What about the video? Well, like the new way of doing it, Beezus, is to read stories to get, like, into the mood. Does that make sense? That's fine, I just have never had you read mine before. Because I'm usually reading 3 or 4 other stories. You're the only one here at this point, Beezus. So you finally get off the bat. Because I was talking to Callie, and he was sleeping. So he probably going to be here in like a couple hours if he even shows up at all. Because he'd be sleeping. Because I kept him up. Read my smut story. Yes, Smokey. I absolutely will read it. Post it. Post it. Where is it posted? Send me the link, Smokey. Right fucking now. I'd love to see a smut story from Smokey. It would be amazing. I am so excited. Be like, she laid down. He put it inside of her. She liked it. It was great. Then he finished. Then they went to bed. Guys, can I become famous for making Smokey stories? And it'll be like the Invisible Dragon, because they'll be so terrible, but purposefully terrible. Oh my god. Please make a story in my honor. Okay, I'm making a story. I'm making a story right now in your honor, Smokey. Okay. Sat there and did things. It was fun. Until it wasn't. Then he felt he should do something. But he knew it was only toking and he had to roll. This was the one thing he had. But the paper was gone. Looked down at his feet. They were stuck to the ends of his toes. He then realized the weed was also on the ground. Damn it, he fell down and smoked it off the ground. When he realized he was done, the paper felt great on his toes. He then seemed to think of something that was on TV, but he just saw two femboys and went to the water park with his friends. He had a blast and got wet. It was fun. But he, at the end of the day, needed something more. So he sat down and vapped. The end. Yeah, he's to say Finn. That's so good, I love it. The fuck did I click on? Smoke a lot? I was making a story in the impression of Smokey. Now play shit. We're gonna make millions, Smokey. We're gonna make millions. Welcome in, Smoke a Lot. I don't know if you're Smokey's alt or not, because you're the same red color. This is so suspicious, but I fucking love the coincidence of it. Oh my god. It's the greatest thing ever, guys. Okay. But sorry, onwards and upwards to Beezus' story. Now that we've had a Smokey story, we need a Beezus story. So I can find. Why the hell don't I have? Hold on. Where is? Did I close it? I literally just had it here. I'm so dumb. Oh, that's because I copied it. I just never pasted it, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. I'm retarded. There we go. We got Beezus' story now. Let's go, guys. Act 8. This story is based on The Backrooms. If you enjoyed The Backrooms, the series that's actually being made into a movie now, because it was so good. Yo, Fireblade! What's up, buddy? How's it going? We just wrote a story in the form of Beezus. It was Beezus' story, and it was beautiful and amazing and spectacular, and we loved it. It's a story that'll go down in history as one of the greatest things. It'll be the greatest thing that I've ever created. Yeah, I'm retarded, Beezus. I meant to say Smokey. I don't know what I said. I'm doing 3 things right now because I forgot to do this. So I'm just super distracted. But hey, that's life, right? You can't win them all. They meant Beezus, yes. Beezus' story is the best story that Smokey has written in the form of Smokey, based on the Backrooms. Does that make sense? That's about where we're going at this. Okay, I lost it somewhere, but I don't think it really matters. Hold on, let me go back over here, pull this up. Alright, let's begin. Act 8, Blanche, Monday, August 4th, 1980. That's important. That's really important that we knew the date. Living room, night. A living room is packed with drunken partygoers and laughter. Most of the eyes are on a couch. where a middle-aged man with a pot belly stands over a young woman. His eyes are glazed over, but there's a glimmer of intent within his gaze. His white shirt is spotted with brown stains, the remnants of his past drinks that didn't make it to his mouth. The young woman sits with one leg crossed over the other, swirling a glass of wine delicately. She's wearing a midnight blue cocktail dress, and her dark hair is tied up in a careless knot. She takes a sip of her wine, looking over the rim of her glass to see if the annoyance has left her yet. Drunk man slurring, "Can you know? You hear a girl like you look pretty with a smile on your face." Drunken man leans uncomfortably close to the young woman. Drunken man, "I bet you'd even be my type." She scrunches her nose. The sour stench of alcohol hits her face. Turns away with a sigh. Her eyes wander around the crowded room for rescue, but the rest of the guests seem to be content with watching. "And I bet you'd be my type if I didn't have to look at your face so much, so I'll give you your smile if you can give me a spin." The man nods, spinning around in circles and spilling the rest of his drink on the floor. "How about we..." The woman, "I didn't say you could turn around yet." Drunken man, "Well, how can I talk to you then?" Woman, "If you want to try and impress me, you'll find a way." Man stands confused, wobbling as he tries to process her words. A couple of onlookers laugh as the man spins in circles once more. The woman, unfazed, takes another sip from her glass. You ready?" The woman, raising her eyebrows, "Ready for what?" For you know." Looks around, forgetting what he was about to say to her. Confident man, "I think it's time we cut you off, Calvin." Drunk man, Calvin, looks over his shoulder at the speaker. It's a confident man dressed in a white blazer. The confident man puts a hand on Calvin's shoulder. "I've only got 2 beers, Marcus." "Hey, that's me! Only 2 beers in and I'm fucking acting like a fucking retard." Marcus, 2 beers too many, maybe, because that woman you're grossing out right now is the same one that signs all our paychecks. Who cares? She's not my boss right now. She's a woman, and I'm more than enough of a man to remind her of that. Hush falls over a few of the nearby partygoers. The woman doesn't flinch. She just swirls her wine and studies Calvin with a cold amusement. Marcus glances at the corner of the room, catching the eye of someone. He sighs, clearly not wanting to escalate this any further. "If you're really determined to burn that bridge, I won't stop you." He waits, his hand still on Calvin's shoulder. Calvin looks away, shifting his weight around as he finally notices the silence from the audience. "But do you think your wife really wants to see this?" W. Calvin. Calvin freezes for the first time in the night. He almost looks sober. There, sitting at the edge of the room, is a woman wearing a faded yellow dress and clutching a small purse to her lap. Her lips are pressed into a thin line as she patiently waits for her husband to finally notice her. "Deborah, you were here? I thought I was talking to you." Deborah stands on her feet. "Well, which is it then, Calvin? Did you think I wasn't here, or that it was me you were talking to?" "No, how long were you there for?" She walks over, grabbing him by the shoulder. "Long enough." Deborah puts a hand on Calvin's shoulder, wearing a brittle smile. She leans in, her words soft but loud enough to cut through the silence. "Did you enjoy yourself, at least?" Deborah's fingers dig painfully into Calvin's shoulder. "Deborah, please." "No, go on. Finish what you were about to ask her. I don't want to ruin all the fun." I wasn't going to. If you can't remember now, that's fine. When we get home, you can tell me all about it." Deborah drags Calvin, stumbling behind her, to the door. Deborah over her shoulder. "Thanks for the invite, Marcus, but I need to take this slob home and make sure next party you bring someone for me to drool over so I can see what I was missing out on." "Deborah, please." Deborah slams the door behind them. Muffled shouting picks up from the other side of the door as they make their way towards their car. Marcus turns his attention to the woman on the couch with a nervous smile. "Sorry about all that, Miss Blanche. I was in the other room when all this happened. If I had known he'd work up the courage, I'd never have left you alone with him." "That's my name." "I don't think that's your name, Smokey. But Marcus sounds like that's your name. Blanche." "Oh, Blanche. Oh, okay, no, that makes more sense. True. Yeah, that makes more sense, Smokey. That really, really deep female voice is definitely a Blanche. And you dealt with it well. I don't think you got a hot-ass name then. Nah, Marcus is my name. No troll. I could definitely see your name with that voice. Smokey, I could see Marcus being your name. 100%. And you dealt with it well. I don't think I've ever seen you that vicious in my life. It's almost like you were a different person. Promise you. I believe it, Smokey. When we meet in real life, you won't introduce yourself as Smodidity. Blanche turns her attention... Blanche, maybe the drinks are getting to me after all. Even I'm not immune to the charms of a party. Jesus, lol. Blanche turns her attention to a young boy sitting silently in the corner. Have you ever met a Blanche that's not a fucking 11 out of 10? I haven't, because I've never met a Blanche. But all the Blanches I've heard about are fucking 11s out of 10. I need to get a Blanche that's... like, I need to get a Dommy Mommy that's a Blanche. Fuck, dude, that would be epic. Blanche turns her attention to a young boy sitting silently in the corner of the room, his knees pulled up into his chest as he tried his best to blend into the shadow surrounding him. Do all your parties have children hanging out in the corners, or is this some sort of special event? Marcus glanced over his shoulder at the boy. That's my son, Alex. It's been hard on him at school because he's too quiet to make any friends. That's odd. I assumed he'd be the type to never shut up. I'm not sure you came to that conclusion. You spent most of your days here trying to get him to talk, yet I still... have yet to hear him even say a word to you. Blanche shrugs, swirling her glass of wine. Blanche. That's just who I am, I guess. I try and fill the gaps people leave in with my own ideas. Marcus studied her face, looking for something. By the way, did that punk make you chase him down again? No, not yet, at least. Marcus muttered. Of course not. Marcus runs a hand through his hair and glares at Alex. Alex, come over here and greet Mrs. Blanche. Alex doesn't move, just tucking his face tighter between his knees. Don't worry about him. He doesn't need... He needs to. I can't just let him stay in that shell for the rest of his life. Marcus strides across the room, crouching in front of his son, but Alex doesn't even look up at him. You think acting like a damn statue is gonna make me go away? You better answer me before I make you, timid woman. He's just tired, honey. Why don't we just let him go to bed and talk about all this in the morning? Marcus, there you go again, always making excuses for him. You're too damn soft on him, Caroline. If it were up to me, he'd be living his life wrapped in If it was up to you, he'd be living his life wrapped in blankets. I understand, Marcus, but nothing. You're not doing him any favors coddling him. Caroline, it's our jobs as parents to toughen him up. Because we won't always be there to put the pieces back together if he keeps letting life tear him to shreds. No, it was my job as his father, and I failed. Marcus stands to his feet, meeting Caroline's eyes. Blanche walks over to him, setting a soft hand on his shoulder. The room is silent now, the vibrant energy from before is sucked out. The life of the party lies dead, strangled by the hands of its host. Marcus looks around, searching for anything to bring it back to life. Alex softly. How can you call me soft when you're the one with a Viagra prescription? Oh, damn! The roar of laughter burst from the crowd, breaking the silence. Marcus, I told you, that wasn't for me. Alex, there's just some other man named Marcus leaving a half-opened bottle of it on our counter? You know, that's not... Marcus stops himself, noticing the room is alive again. Even his boss, Blanche, seemed to be laughing for the first time. If only you had that boy's sense of humor, Marcus, you'd be selling out every show. An older man sitting on the couch yells at Marcus. And maybe if you were a bit less of a slob, your wife would be paying to sit in the front row of your shows instead of mine. The man only laughs in response. Older man. I'd do the same thing in her place too. Besides, we all do a little looking from time to time. If you were in her place, I wouldn't even... Marcus walks over, dragging Caroline behind him to a small group on the couch. Alex looks up from above his knees. Blanche is staring at him now. You're the hero of the day. You saved the party after your dad went... Wait, have we read this before? Jesus, I'm just realizing now. Have we read this before? Is this a revised version of the... I swear we read this scene. The super old version. Okay. Okay, yeah, there's something clinging in the back of my head about this, and I'm like, wait, I swear this is familiar. I'm curious, who's the most superior when it comes to making stories? I mean, with your Twitch viewers. Smokey, are you trying to press buttons here? Beezus is the most grounded, Callie is the most creative, I'm the most abstract, Sean is, like, the most slice of life and, like, realistic. Whereas we're all kind of crazy. I remember it, but that burn sounded more brutal than what I recall. Mellow. That's a great way to say it, Sean. Mellow. Whereas we're, like, way the fuck off here. You're in your nice little niche spot. You know? So everyone got their own thing. Exactly, Smokey. And then your thing is, like, trolldom. Hey, I'm on stream right now. Can I call you on Discord? Oh, shit. What's up, Muffin? Yeah, you can. What's up? Goonie looking ass, and I'm the hey you guys. What's up, Muffin? You ain't watched Goonies? Kinda gay, that. I watched the Goonies. Of course I watched the Goonies. It's been a fucking long time, and I was like 8 when I watched it, because I watched it with my grandparents. Like, you know, I didn't have a TV at that time, so the only time I'd ever watch anything was, like, Christmas vacation at my grandparents' house. Hey, you guys. Swings in with a cutlass ready to slice some baddies. Baba Pro Tuna! True! I agree, good sir. It's a good time. Next, you will say you don't know who Oliver Twist is. Who's Oliver Mist? Yo, my sound's fucked though, Muffin. What's up? Wait, I reached 100... Wait, was this yesterday? You can't get in your stream? I'm confused. Oh, that was like a while ago. Oh, that was... Oh, I totally missed that. That was... Short Circuit was filmed in Washington, too. They even had lunch at Crown Point. House from Goonies was on Long Beach in Washington. My nickname used to be Sloth back in middle school, and I used to think it was because I was ripped. But now I assume it was because they thought I had Down syndrome. Big Man Francis came off and I can't hear you at all. Poke, poke. You there, Muffin? I'm ripped too. Who said that? Did you read his message? Which message? He came in and said, go. I said, I'm just listening, don't have a mic. Bruh. I'm so confused, Muffin. You are unbelievably stupid. I don't have a mic. That's why I'm so confused why you wanted me to go on to Discord. I'm just confused, Muffin. Oh, you don't have a means of listening through the stream? So, 'cause you're streaming, so you want to listen to me through the Discord. Okay. Okay. So I don't have to worry about having it up. I can just put it down here. Okay. Because you can still type in the chat if you want to respond. So you get, like, immediate access to the stream, because everything else on the stream is going to be, like, delayed by, like, 30 seconds or whatever. Depending on the latency. But anyways, back to the story, guys. Welcome, welcome, Muffin. You can now hear Beezus' story. I'm glad to have you with us. Blanche slides down the wall next to Alex. Alex tries to shift away, but his right arm is already pressed against the wall, leaving him no room. Blanche, what is it about this situation that led you to say something? Alex peers from the side of her knees. She's not going anywhere, it seems. So poorly phrased request. You should have said, I'm streaming and can't listen to you while I do so. Can I get a Discord call so I can listen that way? Yeah, Sean, but he's not 30. He's a kid. You know? And I am fucking retarded. He was just assuming I was smart enough. I just want to confuse him. See, I don't know if you're trolling or if you're just being a kid, Muffin. It's fucked. Muffin is a kid. Yeah, he's 374 years old. He's just a child. I mean, I think Atox would have misunderstood somehow because of his reading comprehension. Yeah, I have like a grade 1 reading comprehension and like a grade 3 reading skill. And I have like a kindergarten level writing skill. He's a youngin'. He's only got 2 digits in him. But if we don't offer these nuggets of wisdom, he can't learn to handle things himself and thus be unable to survive without other adults to help him. That's true, Sean. As long as you're not condescending about it, right? See, Smokey understands, because Smokey is a nice... Despite his deep voice, he's only like, what, 27? So... he's got a long way to go in life before he gets up to, like, the 30s, right? He's only got 10% of his life to go. On the 21st August, yeah, nice, Smokey. He doesn't want advice from me unless he wants to know how to become an alcoholic in his early 20s. Oh, true. I think Muffin's too smart for that, though. Fucking ads. Oh yeah, that's right. You can listen to me not say anything while the ads are on, Muffin, because I usually don't. I usually just sit here and pout. My gift sub ended today, so I must watch the ads. No, Sean! How dare you not be subbed? No! It is what it is, right? But yeah, we need Val back so all of us can sub. Agreed, Muffin. It would be nice to have Valiant Boy back. That would be one hell of a fucking reunion. I'm gonna watch my chat a bit. Welcome back. What the fuck? Smokey, no way you didn't. Smokey, you bastard. Thank you. Oh my god, Smokey. Yes. You don't even...
Boys, I'll take care of these guys.
Are you sure? There's an awful lot of them.
They hit me with a truck.
Okay.
Oh shit, Sean! Oh my god, thank you.
Thank you for supporting the community. Beezus writes, congratulations on your win. Seen RKS or one. Beezus writes gifted a
What?
tier 1
What?
sub to Seen
Wait,
RKS
did you both
or
sub
one.
at the same time? Gifted sub to Sean. Oh, Beezus gave a gifted sub to Sean. I'm like, why say Sean subscribe, but then Beezus, I was supposed to do that anonymously, so pretend you didn't see that. Can someone gift me? Oh my god, I'm so blessed to not have upset these random people in chat. Boom! Wait!
Anonymous gifted. Cute muffin wings. Thank you for supporting the community. Anonymous. Congratulations on your wings, Cute Muffin. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Cute Muffin.
What? Beezus, thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. Oh my god. Bringing everyone back into the community, guys. That's 2 days in a row we got a fucking hype train. At this rate, you're gonna be able to buy a coffee maybe by next year. True, Sean, true. But by next year it'll be $34 for a fucking coffee. That wasn't an anonymous person, not me. Okay, wink wink, nudge nudge. Sure, Beezus. I believe that. Wink wink, nudge nudge. 2 years then. It'll be $68 in 2 years. There's no chance of that in 2 years, guys. That's just way too much. Alex peers from the side of her knees. She's not going away, it seems. Alex, it's easier for me that way. The quieter it is, the more people's eyes look around, and the more often they bother me. Blanche. All that talk about being left alone, yet you were more than capable of finding the right words to say. Alex shrugs, then looks away. When you grow up in a comedy club, you spend most of your days listening to jokes, and after a while you remember which ones the audience laughed at and which ones they didn't. Does that mean you're funny? He goes quiet. Blanche watches him, waiting patiently for him to begin again. Alex glances over his hands once more, frowning at the sight of her attention, still fully on him. I don't know. Does memorizing all the answers to my tests make my teachers intelligent? What a fascinating perspective. Blanche tilts her head slightly, her smile unreadable. She turns her gaze forward, scanning the party thoughtfully, but her eyes keep flickering back towards Alex. I wonder if you truly were wise beyond your years, or if it's just my interference that changed the ending to this memory. Clang! Alex winces as the loud pounding fills the air. He looks around, but no one else seems to notice it. It makes me almost wish I had been content to watch it play out naturally. Clang! Clang! Alex didn't even hear the words she was saying anymore. All he could listen to was the constant pounding in his head. Alex looked up. The room was dark now, not even a flickering light remained. Suddenly, the deep hum of something began to build up. What's going on? Where am I? What do you mean? You're the one that brought us here. Alex blinks. The party's chatter is gone, making the room feel emptier now, wider. The silhouettes of the partygoers in the dark were frozen in unnatural positions, their faces turned away from his view. What are you? Clang, clang, clang. Pounding grows even louder, rattling the cabinets and shaking the very ground itself. Alex looks up at Blanche, who looks down at him, smiling. Her eyes a deep, bottomless pit. I wonder what it was about you that drew her to marking you. Wall pounded. Yup. Pound! That's what I'm gonna do to Blanche! Clang, 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 clang! With each new clang, the shadows of the guests begin to draw even closer. One by one, their heads begin to twist in his direction. Their jaws are unhinged, making their mouths stretch impossibly wide into gaping black holes. The sockets of their eyes were empty, with a crimson liquid pouring from the skull onto the carpet. Alex, what's going on? Alex tries to stand to his feet, but he's stuck in place. Where is John? Lily? Blanche kneels down, running a hand through his hair. Seems our time is up. It's time for you to wake up now. Alex sees an eyeless figure wearing his mother's skin step out from the group. It lurches towards him, opening its mouth wide, impossibly wide. Caroline, sorry, weak, you alone. Alex tries to scream, but only no sound escapes. He can only watch as his mother draws closer, reaching out a hand almost gently, almost real, now inches from his cheek. Clang, 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 clang. Damn, Beezus. Now that's a fucking powerful chapter, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck? That was insane. Some good stuff. Woo! Definitely editing, the power of editing, Beezus, is fucking immaculate. Can't do much else without that shit, man. It turns fucking everything into, like, fine aged wine. Some good shit, guys. Some good shit. So, does anyone else have any stories they want to share before we move on? First 10 paragraph strategies. I'm starting to think I need to completely distance myself from the back rooms because it'll force me to publish my story under Creative Commons. Well, you think you're the first person to write a story about a dimensional rift into some sort of fucking alternate universe? Again, it's like the difference between inspiration and copying. You're inspired by it, but you're not, like, full on, like, copying it. It's just you're taking that idea and using that idea in a completely different way, right? I have to specifically rename everything, I think. I mean, I could see it. I'm kind of the same way with my book, where it's like Chocobos, the bestiary, the like Moogles, Kate Sith, and Cactuar, like the exact pull from Final Fantasy things. I'll probably have to rename. I don't have to rename the cities because, like, those aren't, like, Final Fantasy doesn't have a fucking copyright on Shiva or Ifrit or like mythical deities from different cultures, right? They just use them because they're powerful, but they all have their own origins in their own way. So, you know. And I'm not exactly using them as beings, they're just the names of cities based on environments. So, again, it's like taking the idea, but it's not a copy of it. It's my own personal touch on it. But I'm in the same boat. So I feel you, Beezus. But anyways. I'm dreading this because of the fucking...
10 strategies.
Jesus Christ, guys. I don't know if I can do this. Okay, I gotta figure something out. I don't have any other... Fuck. Because I can't even hear what he's saying. I just hear... This is
Funny, I thought you liked that loud.
I'm pretty sure my speakers in my headset blew out. So like my entire sound is like so I can't even tell what the hell he's saying when he's talking. And if I have, like, the sound on, then the mic's gonna pick it up, and it's gonna have an echo. So at this point, like, I don't know what to do. Let's just try it. Let's go through it. Let's see if I can just fucking suffer through it.
Is right for your book. At least one, right? And if your opening isn't using
Right
one
end
of these
stream.
10 strategies, you might want to think about changing it. Let's get started right away with the first strategy for your opening paragraph.
I'm an unappreciated comedic genius. There you go, Levi. Best you can do is take the headset out while it's going, turn on captions, and watch it that way. That is a good idea. I could just turn captions on.
Start with character change.
Start with character change. It's because it's fine on our end? Yeah, that would be a good idea if you could read. Truly, my true. Oh my god. Okay, start with character change.
So there's a widespread belief among writers out there that you have to start with introducing the character. Let us get to know them a little bit. And folks, that is a fiction. You don't have to do it. You really don't. In fact, the very first paragraph of your book can show your character already in the process of changing from who they were to who they will be. For an example of this, let's look at Han Kang's The Vegetarian. In the very first sentence of that book, it starts with, "Before my wife turned vegetarian, I'd always thought of her as being completely unremarkable." So we start by learning who the character was and how they are in the process of change. Now, opening like this will help you avoid a really common mistake that a lot of writers make, which is writing a static character. Here, the character is kinetic and changing from the very first line. I also think this opening is great because it's characterizing the speaker as well. If she's so unremarkable, then why did you marry her? And why are you being so judgmental about her right now? And by the way, if you need more help writing your book, I have a Write Your Best Novel course, which has
giving me a
36 videos in it to help you with the beginning, middle, and end of your book. And there are a ton of great testimonials for this course, including this one, which says, "I take a lot of writing courses, which tend to repeat the same things, yet so much of the advice in this course was completely new and valuable." Anyway, check that out. I'll put the link in the description.
This is not the same, guys. This is not the same. Okay, start with character change. Let's look at what we do. We're talking the first paragraph here. Well, I mean, what about the sentence of... Play it out on your monitor then and swapped push to talk on your mic in OBS. Then I'm just going to be talking without the mic on pieces. It's going to be bad. I'm just going to... Hold on a second. I'm going to see if one of these things works. This one's not going to work. It doesn't fit in there. I think watching you talk to nobody because you forgot about pressing the button would be pretty funny by itself. And it's only until the video ends anyways. I just wish I could get these to connect to the frickin' computer. They're Bluetooth, and the computer has Bluetooth. I don't know why I can't get the wireless headphones to work on the PC. super annoying. Like fucked with the mic. There we go. Okay. And we okay.
Paragraph is to start with a...
I was hoping it would just fix itself. Because this happened last time and somehow we fixed it. It was like something to do with like how this was angled.
Relationship. It's almost always a good idea to start with a relationship between two people. Why? Because when you have two people, there's all this possibility for conflict and for tension, and we're wondering about
Okay, let's go back to start with character change. Furball flashback, what's up? My headphones have exploded. And apparently they burst at some point in time, so I need new headphones. And it's killing me because all I hear is static. Oh hey, a relationship is how I've been reworking my story to start with. I'm just like, how do you put this all into 5 sentences? Oh shit, guys. Start with character change. Okay, so the first sentence is, Husai used to be an adventurer. Now he writes paperwork. So that's Husai's change. I think they expect you to pick a strategy. I know, but I'm not like that, Levi. So if we did start with character change, it would be Husai used to be an adventurer and he misses the old fun times.
to repeat the same things, yet so much of the advice in this course was completely new and valuable. Anyway, check that out. I'll put the link in the description. The second strategy for your opening paragraph is to
start with a relationship. Well, I mean, we kind of do that in the fact of we're starting with the relationship between Torg and the Monarch, because Torg dies, but we still don't know if we want to do that as the first paragraph, right?
to start with a relationship. It's almost always a good idea to start with a relationship between two people. Why? Because when you have two people, there's all this possibility for conflict and for tension, and we're wondering about what their relationship is like and how it's going to change. For an example of this, let's look at Susan Chess' book, Trust Exercise. So here we have two 15-year-olds, David and Sarah, and they are in a romantic relationship. This is a great way to start your book because now the reader's wondering what's going to happen with this couple. Are they going to get more serious? Are they going to break up? Is somebody going to cheat on the other one? But what else is good about this opening paragraph is it establishes a problem right away. They don't have a car, right? They don't have transportation. And so we're wondering, okay, what are they going to do to solve this problem? A third thing that's good about this opening paragraph is that we have a time frame. It is in a summer. So that establishes a kind of ticking clock for the narrative. And a fourth thing that's great about this opening paragraph is that it starts with a 3-word sentence. Look, short sentences are fantastic to start your book with. It's a simple way to start and readers can understand it really easily. Now this fifth point I have about this paragraph is an advanced one. It is how to stitch a paragraph together. And here Susan Che does it through repetition. She repeats numbers 16, 16, and 8. And then she repeats intuitive 3 times in the last few sentences. All this repetition ties the paragraph together and makes it easy for the reader to read. The third way you can write the first paragraph of your novel is to start in the middle of the action. Let's check out this example from Hilary Mantel.
That's where sometimes I wonder if starting at the beginning of the fight of the Emerald Weapon and leaving all the build-up out and just having the beginning, the doors opening and the Emerald Weapon coming online and then just like rushing into doing the fight. Like there's so many different ways of imagine starting it, but I just feel that starting with like the mundane of Husai's life to show that everything's about to hit the fucking fan is the best way to start.
Historical novel Wolf Hall. Her very first line is actually dialogue. so now get up. Now, you might have heard the old advice to never start a book or a chapter with dialogue.
Why not?
And I have to say,
One day you need to write a synopsis for every act so I can give you an honest interpretation of how to change it or not. It's hot 10 years ago, this would have been summer weather, but today it was the winter equinox. Or my opinion on it, at least. I guess so, Beezus. Because Act 1 is the build-up to Garuda, Act 2 is the build-up to Fafnir, and Act 3 is the build-up to the Monarch. I love it, Sean. That is a hell of an intro. It's hard to really say anything because I have no idea about all the things you're referencing most times. That's true, Beezus, because you guys have like a fractured image of what, you know, the entirety of it is.
Seen it in action too many times to actually think that's a good rule. I understand the purpose behind the rule. It's because it is a little bit disorienting for the reader to come in and not know who is speaking and not be able to see the scene or anything. So there are lots of bad ways to do it, but you can do it well, and I think this is an example of how. Now, this is in the middle of a father beating his son. Now, she could have started the scene with the father stalking towards him. She could have started it with the father hitting him, but instead, she chose to start with what the father says. And then the next paragraph makes it clear that the son's on the ground after being hit. So why does this work so well? Well, one, there is a mystery. You don't know who the speaker is, but then you learn in the next paragraph that it's the father. Two, it's a really good decision to start right away with a fight. This gets the book moving.
Maybe
right.
building a baseline database for it would be okay. Label terminology and events with brief descriptions. That is something I should do, Beezus. The reference material are varied too, so any descriptions will be unique to a specific origin game. Even the Chocobo has many variations sometimes in a single game. It's true. There's a lot.
Right away. There's no preamble. You're just sort of catapulted into the action. Three, Mantell does a wonderful job upping the stakes with that last sentence. It's life and death. One good blow in this position could kill him. And four, she does a great job with upping the tension in this first section. He is looking toward the gate, hoping someone's going to arrive. So of course the reader's thinking like, is someone going to arrive to help him? They want to keep reading to see if help will arrive. A fourth incredible strategy to write the first paragraph of your book is to start with your book's essence. So when book beginnings fail, it's often because the author wanted to start...
Can you actually publish a book for profit if it has the name Chocobo? It's practically speaking a cross between a yellow chicken and an ostrich. Pretty much. I don't know, Beezus. You would probably be sued by Square Enix.
With a little bit of introduction. They want a little preamble. They want a little...
Well, we could find out. Let's ask Rock. Titling a book titled Chocobo could expose you to legal risks from Square Enix, the company that owns the Chocobo trademark and associated intellectual property. Here's a breakdown of the key considerations. So yeah, pretty much. Yes, they're fucking copyrighted. That's why I have to change the name if I can't get it to be officially Final Fantasy. But remember, the end goal, guys, is to get Square Enix to say, we want this to be official lore, like the first ever Final Fantasy book, right? Or we could abolish copyright, that'd work. That was the biggest problem I had, because all the backroom stuff that isn't directly tied to the base description requires me to release my story as Creative Commons, so I just have to change every name. Yeah, it's annoying, but that's just the way that it is, right? It's understandable.
Foreplay. But a lot of the time, not all the time, a lot of the time that is a mistake, and you need to start closer to the action. Look
The Death
at the
of
book
Hope.
Under the Skin by Michelle Faber. So what is this book about? This is a book about a woman picking up hitchhikers to do unspeakable things to them. Okay, so what does the first paragraph look like? You think it might be like setting the scene, letting us get to know the environment or the setting or the character? No.
You can still sell something that has Creative Commons license, can't you? I think it, but you have to give royalties, right? Don't you? Isn't there like a percentage? Okay, the publishers are just shy with them. Copyright has its issues, but it can be limited to X years over, after which it becomes public domain no matter how much money is thrown at the issue. Star Trek needs to be public domain. Well, that's just what happened with Mickey Mouse, like, last year with Disney, right? Because it's the 50th anniversary, and after 50 years, it's now public domain. No, I just want to be traditionally published. Makes sense, Beezus. I'd like that to be the same for my book, so I'd have to change everything that was inherently Final Fantasy, even if it's fully inspired and you know that it's a chocobo, you can't call it a chocobo. Like, the secrets in Monster Hunter Wilds are basically chocobos, right? But, you know, it's a bird fucking mount. That was specifically Steamboat Willie. Chalkarox is that's a good name. True, Sean.
It starts right away with a woman driving, trying to pick up hitchhikers to do unspeakable things to them. What I love about this strategy is...
Yeah, that's why I like to start with the essence of your book, the death of hope, and that's pretty much what we start with, right? We're like, oh shit, man. 100%.
You're really delivering on the promise of the book. Like, someone reads the back book cover, and then when they turn to that first page, I'm getting what I bought. Like, I'm...
Fucking ads. You know what's a good name too, Sean? Just enough there between the name and the basic form that people know it's a chocobo. I like the gerbil stacks, though. Murder mystery. Gotta start with the crime scene. True. Don't gotta, but I will. I mean, you could technically say that ours is like a murder mystery off the bat. We're trying to figure out who the fuck killed Torg, and we know that it's not Husai. No, you can start with a phone call. Mrs. Brady, we have some terrible news. Yes. We hope we can carry you through this hard time. If you ever need anything, just call us. You know, something like that. A lot of psych episodes start with some kind of hijinks. Detective Randall, homicide. Either starts with the crime scene or the main character looking over a pile of papers on his desk, going over the crime, being frustrated. Like the Jake Gyllenhaal of him, like, smashing everything off of his fucking desk and just being like, fuck!
Getting what I was promised. Now, this next strategy is a very smart one that you're going to want to use. It is number 5, allude.
How does man get killed with a phone book? No, Beezus, you know it's a really good one? It's... it's an X-ray? And it shows the phone book inside of the guy's stomach. And the guy, like, folded up the phone book, stuck it in his mouth, and then, like, took, like, a baseball bat and, like, shoved it down his fucking throat. It's the way that you use the phone book, Levi. They're like, how the fuck did a phone book... It's yellow pages and not white pages, of course, yeah. They're like, how the fuck did a phone book wind up in this guy's fucking stomach? I have shoved deeper things down my throat. True, Fireblade, so have I! He was obviously a fucking noob and he just couldn't take it. Yeah, something like really fucked up like that. Allude to forthcoming action. Well, that's kind of what we do too with Torg's death in the Calm Pearl. We allude to the 100-year quest.
To forthcoming action. So let's say you have a beginning of a novel without a lot of action right away. You're sort of setting the scene and, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But the trouble is, how do you hook the reader right away and make sure they don't, you know, go start playing video games or social media or something? Well, the secret is by promising them action very soon. Let's look at Claire Vaye Watkins' book, Gold, Fame, Citrus. So check out this first line. Punting the prairie dog into the library was a mistake. That's
The difficulty of solving the crime goes up when you have to mount a horse or a carriage rather than hopping into a patrol car.
That's such a good line for a number of reasons. We're like, why is it in the library? 2, a prairie dog? 3, it was a mistake. She regrets punting it. Now, as you can see at the end of this paragraph, and really over the next 2 pages, it's all about trying on dresses. Now, if she had started the book with trying on dresses, well, she might have lost, you know, some of the audience. But instead, by promising, oh, I'm gonna punt a prairie dog, and then talking about trying on dresses, and then getting to the scene where the prairie dog is punted, she kept the reader on the line, the reader kept reading, and got to that intriguing, weird, pivotal scene that starts the novel. All it took was 2 sentences to hook us. 2 sentences to describe that prairie dog, and then 2 pages of dresses, and then delivers on the prairie dog promise. It's a...
What about changing the perspective of the beginning? But what if they mount a horse, but it's basically they have a phobia of being in a car, so it's a carpet pull when they get there and there's tons of squad cars with lights flashing? I like that, Sean, but I think you could go even harder with that. Spend one day just creating a dictionary for your book instead of writing short stories. But see, Beezus, that I don't know. Is that something you guys would want to see on stream, or is that something I should do off stream? Because, I mean, we're talking about it now. We could do it right now. It's just most of the time, you know, I'm more interested in other things than writing a fucking dictionary. But in the fact that, like, the stream's for productivity, isn't it? Yeah, and look how far we've gotten in Chiral Clones. It's been like a month and we're still not even halfway done writing it. I would, if you would be down for it, but if you don't want to. No, it's just something that I've, like, I would think maybe that would be boring, but maybe I'm wrong. First, you need to identify those words as they appear in order in your book, so that when you go to the appendix later, it's in order. Yeah, that makes sense, Sean. But, okay, what about changing the perspective to... It's Husai watching the very end of the Calm Pearl. So it's the dragon's breath, Torg running away, Torg exiting the citadel, or the 100-year quest, the dungeon, and then being killed by, like, Husai. Or what Husai sees himself as. And then he's like, well, what the fuck? And it just leaves the reader hanging on the edge. Like, what the hell did he just watch? He just watched himself kill someone, but he's like, that wasn't me. And then it does the entire inauguration. And the entire time during the inauguration, Husai's, like, referencing and mentioning things about the past, about his previous people. So it's like you're getting the introduction to these characters during the inauguration between Husai and Sid, in between learning everything else. So when you finally get to the 3rd chapter and Husai sits down with Sid and shows Sid the entire Calm Pearl, and then it goes through the battle and shows you everything that's happened, you already have a grasp of who the characters are, why they're important, And that just, like, hooks things in more, right? I feel like this is why I like talking about it, because I can see it from a different perspective, right? Of how can I do the same thing but in a different way. And then that'll push chapter 4 to being Husai going to the underground, and he's looking at Sid like, I gotta find answers to this, so I'm going to talk to my ancestors. And then he goes into the roots and does the communion with Gaia. But I think, yeah, that's probably a better way to start it. Because it'll allude at what the hell is going to happen and something's fucked up. And it'll be Husai basically sitting in his own sweat being like, he watched the most terrifying thing ever fucking happen. And everyone's like, what the hell did he see? Like, what the fuck?
Very easy strategy to follow. If your first action is on page 3 or page 4 or page 5, allude to it in the very first sentence of your book. It will keep readers on the hook until they reach that first action. I am wary to give you this next piece of advice because honestly it gets misused so often. But against my better judgment, here is number 6. Start with a broad lens. This technique of opening your book is to start very philosophically or in a very abstract...
That's kind of like what I've... Like, the original beginning that I wanted to have was the prologue. And in the prologue was this broad, abstract thing. In the year 596 of the Crystal Era, the crystalline tree scaled the atmosphere. The single continent of whatever the fuck it's called, Ixion, loomed below this monstrosity of a creation. The light of the lava of the fucking volcano that lights the trees, essentially, like, fire, in a way, describes, like, the Beastmen War, the unease and the tension, adventurers themselves, and it does, like, it's like the beginning landscape view in, like, a Final Fantasy game, where it's, like kind of going across the land, being like, these are the nations that were fighting with these nations, and then, and then the first chapter would be, like, the adventurer shit, but it was just kind of, the prologue would just kind of lead everything up to that. So it's like, I like the idea of start using this in the prologue, but not actually in the first scene.
Abstract manner. Start with a broad lens from far away, looking at, say, the town as a whole. And for an example of this, let's look at Anne Lamott, Imperfect Birds. Now, you might know Anne Lamott from her nonfiction book for writers, Bird by Bird. So funny. One of the best writing books ever. I actually had the pleasure of meeting her at a conference in Northern California, and I'm happy to report she is just as funny in person as she is on the page. She starts the very first paragraph of her novel by saying, there are so many evils that pull on our children, right? That's very broad, that's very societal, it's very abstract. We don't have a character yet, we have this big proclamation. And then she narrows it down a little bit and talks about the specific town of Lansdale. Teenagers die every year. We have halfway houses and jail. And then once a year, one kid jumps off the Golden Gate Bridge. So what can we learn from an opening like this? One is, even though it's in the abstract, we're still starting with a problem, right? This is obviously an issue, and there's tension and conflict with all these problems with the kids. 2, it's a great strategy to start really far off abstract statement, then narrow in on a town, and then the very next paragraph starts with a specific person and says that person's name. So now we're grounded in a particular character. But in general, if you want to pull off something like this, starting with some sort of broad proclamation or starting with a statistic that reflects somehow on your character or the journey of your character, that's a good idea. This next advice is an absolute humdinger. You're gonna love it. It is number 7. Start with a mystery. A general principle in writing the first paragraph of your book is that you want to give your readers
That's kind of what we're doing.
What, but keep them wondering about the why. That's the ideal way to do a mystery. So check out John le Carre's A Most Wanted Man. We obviously have the what in this very first paragraph. We have the Turkish heavyweight champion walking down the street with his mom, and we have a skinny boy in a coat following him. But we don't know the why, right? We're unsure why this kid is following him. And that's what makes the mystery, and that's what makes it so good. A lot of writers try to start their book with a mystery, and they keep very vague about like who the characters are and what exactly is happening. And that fails to hook the reader. You want to give the reader as much information as possible, but just keep them wondering about one or two things, like the why of why someone would be trailing someone on a dark street. I also think this strategy is great because the reader knows that this guy is being followed, but the character doesn't know. And so we want to keep reading to find out what this character does when he discovers he's being followed. Now, this next strategy sounds like a boring one, but I'm gonna teach you how to make it exciting. It is number 8, establish the status quo. So there's so much writing advice out there that talks about like, start right away, start with the inciting incident, like right in the very first 3 words. And you know, that's not bad. Obviously you can do that well, but there are more options out there, and this is one of them. For this example, we're looking at Susanna Clark's Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. So
yeah, I have that
this
book.
Talks about a society of magicians that gets together. They get together on the 3rd Wednesday of every month, and they read papers about magic to each other. So why does the status quo work here? Well, for starters, the status quo is inherently interesting, right? I mean, a society of magicians? You're intrigued already, even though this is the normal everyday world of the book. But the second reason why this works is that this is a very long book, like almost 900 pages.
Yeah, it's fucking huge.
Yeah, you can start your story
Actually,
a little bit
no,
slower if you have 900 pages to work with.
Biggest
The
book I
shorter
have
the
is
work
Inheritance.
The faster you have to start. Now, I will have to say that 3 paragraphs later, there is a distinguished visitor that crashes this society of magicians, and that's the actual inciting incident. But yeah, if you
I was mid-writing, it's an interesting status quo when he answered the question.
you want to spend the first 3 paragraphs of your novel just establishing what regularly goes on in this world, that is okay. This next way to write the first paragraph of your book doesn't get talked about enough. It is number 9. Begin with a singular sentence. So part of the process of writing a first paragraph is to make sure the reader is transitioned from their life into the world, into the universe of the novel.
Never-ending
now,
story.
one way to do that is simply to focus on a singular sense. Sight, sound, touch, taste, any of those. You focus on it for a full paragraph and the reader is immersed into that world. Now, I will say that it is best if it is connected to the plot in some way, because that way you're not only immersing the reader in the world of the book, but you're also starting a storyline. But, you know, if you can't do that, sometimes a sense alone can work. Check out Suite Française by Irene Nemirovsky. This is a paragraph that starts with temperature, but focuses mainly on sound. The sound of air raid sirens going off, the hum of the sirens, the wailing of the sirens, and what happens to people when they hear these sirens go off. It's great because
A perfect sound to use would be like the roaring of flames. Because it's Dragon's Breath that's skewing Torg out of the 100-Year Quest. Dragon's Breath that's so powerful he ran through the entire dungeon and it carried behind him.
get danger right from the get-go. It's great because we can literally hear the sirens with these characters. And it's great because we're worried for these people. What's going to happen to them? And the 10th and final first paragraph strategy is begin with a voice. Here is a secret. Readers will forgive almost all the mistakes in your book as long as you make them enchanted and entranced with a character's voice. Let's look at Philip Meyer's The Sun, which is one of the best Western novels I've ever read in my life. Listen to the sound of this old guy speaking. It was prophesied I would live to see 100, and having achieved that age, I see no reason to doubt it. I love the fact that in this whole paragraph, he doesn't use contractions. I love the fact that he's using this old-timey language like prophesied and scalped and fouling. And I really like his very matter-of-fact tone. You can really picture who this guy is just by listening to the way he speaks. And sometimes that's enough. If you can hook a reader on the personality of a character who's talking, you honestly don't need much more to get them involved in the world of your novel and to make them want to read the whole thing. Hey, I hope that helps you write the first paragraph of your novel. And just remember, if you need more...
Fuck, man. Woo. Smokey, thanks. You really woke me up, man. Alright. Alright, that's another Book Fox video, guys! Go give him a like, give him a thing! He definitely changed our perspective of how we should, start the first thing. It's just like the entire perspective around it as opposed to the entirety of it itself. So we're good with that. Fuck yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Despite having this be, like, absolutely terrible for me. And it's, like, slightly giving me a headache. But hey. So, if we're gonna do this, guys, how do you recommend that I do this? Do I just do it in Notepad like I normally do? Like, what should I do? I don't know how to go about this. Like, should I use, like, a specific site that's, like, good for doing that? Like, I know there's a bunch of them. And you could have, like, a web connecting everything, right? Honestly, would love if you give Scrivener a chance and did a free trial. If you like it, I'll buy it the full version for you, and if not, you can just export and swap it to something else. Okay, alright, I'll give it a try. What is this? Scrivener. You can swap it to dark mode. How? That's just cookies, just deny. Text maker is nice. Top right, click download. Free trial for 2 weeks, I believe. Okay. Free software. I mean, the fact that it's like, it's software that you download that's native on the PC and it's not cloud. I mean, I don't really use Google Docs 13. That's the other thing too, is I just use Notepad. Text maker is free. But will it facilitate what we want to do, Furball? We're trying to make a dictionary. I guess more like an appendix than a dictionary. Scrivener is by far and away a step above everything else. Whatever works for you. Like I said, I have no idea. I'm a basic ass bitch, guys. I just use fucking... You can put everything into folders, give them icons and more customizability. Okay. I'm definitely down to check it out, Beezus. It's comparable to Word. I always hated Microsoft Word. The best comparison is Google Docs, but I prefer this one to it. Well, let's see. Let's learn it. I don't know what version 1 versus... What is this? Why does Discord have these fucking things here? Guys, do you see this? Why is this here? What are you doing, Discord? Oh. Take the interactive tutorial? Should I just do the tutorial, guys, and learn how to use the system? Nah? You don't need it? Okay, I guess I need to... How do I get rid of this? I'm confused. Do create and it'll save a file wherever you want. Oh. So we just call this one appendix? Okay, how do I get rid of this? When you get in, go to the top drop down that says window, go to theme and change the theme to whatever dark mode you prefer. Okay. I don't know why. Now, click on the left bar and create a folder. Like here? I'm confused. Then you can add a document to it to organize it. Right click. I don't know. I'm lost. Oh, this is inside of it. I was like, oh, well, it just created another one. But it did create it. I couldn't see this. The drop down. So Mr. Beast is on Kick now. Do you want to know, guys, how much Mr. Beast is on Kick now? Did you guys see this? They literally changed the app on the phone to the picture of Mr. Beast. Like, the actual image for the app on the App Store is fucking Mr. Beast. That's how big it is. Interesting choice if you're asking me. I think it's perfect. It's the absolute... You can also create folders inside of folders to organize even more, along with giving them all your own icons if you want. Huh. What is that app? That's the Kick app. Because Mr. Beast is expanding from YouTube. Because having multiple avenues is very, very important. It's the alternative to Twitch. But Twitch is just bad. Like, if you look at both Twitch and Kick, Twitch is way worse. Sharp, how's it going? Hadono Kyojuku. He does seem to be boosting a lot of channels' viewers, at the very least. I could definitely see that. There's a big thing there, guys. But how's it going, Sharp? Have you written anything new? Same with you, Front Burner. Have you written anything new? Kick is homophobic. But so is Twitch, Sharp. That's so stupid to say, though. Every platform has homophobic people. But it tends to be the younger side is on Kick. Dreamy Bloody, welcome, welcome, noob. I'm homophobic. Of course you are, Smokey. I believe you 100%, bro. Yes, would you like some new riddles? Yes, Front Burner. 100%. Throw them at me. Throw them at me. Let's go. Twitch has no terms against the gender issue, but Kick has actual terms against it. Wait, what do you mean, Sharp? What do you mean, terms? Which is the reason it's getting boycotted. Let's go. It's not sure what you mean, Sharp. Folder where I keep every character's backstory along with specific folders for organizations and cities. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay. I'm just wrapping my head around this. It's Google Docs, but you pay for it. But you run it on your computer, so it's not on the cloud. Just keeps it all super organized while keeping it all in the same interface at once. By the way, terms of service mean jack shit when they aren't applied equally. Hassan! I mean, what? Sorry, guys. I had a thing in my throat there. Front Burner level 2. When air and water dance with light in the distance appears a frantic sight. Start of a game played by the young and set by the old. Tasked to an end to find hidden gold. Be content to monitor while its value stays before withdrawing itself for the other rainy days. What am I? Are you a raindrop? Fuck off, ad. It ruined my reaction. Well, it's as if they don't care about enforcing the community guidelines. Now are you talking... See it be... Sharp. I don't understand because I don't know whether you're talking about Kick or talking about Twitch. That's the biggest problem. When you say something like that, I'm like, don't both platforms do that? They're both equally bad. Raindrop, you're close though. Having a Google Chrome app with 100k words plus make your browser lag severely. Okay. Challenge you to philosophical contest and you ran like a floating pink pussy. What did you challenge me to? I'm confused. Okay guys, well let's start at the beginning. New age boys forget old matters. What I think the best concept for you to do is define eras of your book. Most Twitch responses are AI generated or from third world workers who barely speak English and don't give a shit about your first world problems. What is the time frame between Usai called, or just call it? It's the Crystal Era. We have the timeline. That's in here. So if we look at the timeline, we have the beginning of the universe. End of the Age of Peace. Gaia's beginnings. So this is how Gaia made the planet. And then at the year 524,750. That's how long the planet has been around for. So it's a very, very, very young planet. It's a 500,000 years old. I'll create a folder called eras and put each one in separate text documents so we can have them closely put together. It's easier for reader viewability, even if it doesn't matter to you. Okay. So this should be like a new folder, and it should be called eras. Age of birth. Sent it in the server. Alright, Sharp, sounds good. Eras, then label one first era of your universe, and then copy and paste whatever you had written into it. At what point will I exist to you? How did I miss you? Oh, you're literally just got cut off, Muffin. I never really look at people's names closely. I always read Sean and Sean R as Sean R. Krenizer? I don't know where I got that from. At what point will I exist to you? Muffin, when you don't get spammed out by everyone else in the middle of a conversation, and only 500,000 years, it would either still be molten or having a short time period capable of liquid water. But that's not how worlds work in this universe, Front Burner. Because everything is made from consciousness, the actual amount of years that it takes for a planet to become like that is in the millions of years, not the billions of years. Does that make sense? Because you have to think about it as... But it's not even that, Front Burner. You have to think about it as the lifespan of a celestial being, right? So... like, you don't need to know everything above it, but essentially, the sun is created in the same way, right? But planets are created in a different way. So the way that the sun works is the sun accumulates everything together, and whatever the sun doesn't absorb becomes the first planet. And every solar system starts with one planet, and you can tell how old the solar systems are by how many planets are in them and how many planets have moons. Because basically how it works is they become shells, and they're the shells of the celestial being. Like an eggshell. And then I'm just existing at this point. I mean, very true. I'm not existing. I said that! I said, okay, I read his message! And you didn't know... I did! Wait, what? No, I said... I said I sent it in the server. Fuck you guys are gaslighting. This is bullshit. Bro, I need to get rid of the bot chat. It's flooding. I've heard Geezer, Kaiser, Kessler, Kisser, Keister, but you added a few extra letters that are nowhere in my name. I didn't even know Beezus had rights. I didn't even notice him saying it. Sent a story on the Discord. What about Gisler? Of course, Muffin, of course. I can't comment since I had to take off my headset to take some bad coleslaw to the trash. My old channel was just Beezus, so I wouldn't have noticed you calling me just Beezus. Or like Jizzle? I like ya. I like ya, 13, the Jizzle. The Jizzle Jozzle Jizzlin' Jaggles Jozzle the Juke and Jogue. Okay. So, Sharp. Is this all new? Is this everything we've read? Like, what is this? Or are we on, like, is this all the same and we're on chapter 3? The double dingle dongle of deathly destruction. True. Entire chapter 4 new. That's all. So all of this? From chapter 1? Prompt it to say having fun. Links every 10 minutes. Only chapter 4. What's this for? An audio drama? If you remember the rest. I do remember the rest. Okay, here it is. Chapter 4. Well, I wanted to make a manga, but I suck at drawing. Says the guy who drew these. No, I'm making fun of you, Sharp. I'm making fun of you. No, I'm making fun of you, Sharp. Oh, I see, thanks. Would highlight the chapter, push Control Alt and 2, so it turns it into a header and gives the ability to jump from one chapter to another by clicking on the drop down. Yeah, that's usually what I do. So that way it's not confusing to try and find it, right? No, it's because that's, if you didn't notice the name on that, look, it says Joku and yours is Joka, Sharp. So I guess the joke was lost on everyone, so I'll explain it. That's where I was coming from. Because these are the Joka key. The biggest Joka key civilization. Ooh. I'm terrible at jokes, okay? I try sometimes, though. I think things are funny. But that's because I guess I have more insight into it, right? I like jokes that are deep, and most people don't get them because they don't have the insight I do. And that's the reason why I find it funny. But both your stories are still pretty fucked up, too. What I said, quote, "The double dingle-dongle of destruction was an idea my friend group got from a manga that my friend was reading. For context, there was motion blur for his jiggling dongle, and it looked like he had two, therefore the double dingle-dongle." I see. I see, Muffin. Not sexual in any way. You have to ask, Sean. It's obviously Smokey. It's obviously Smokey. See? True. Smokey knows. 25,000 for a double tote. Why so serious? Remember, guys, the more serious we are, the more we're joking. I'm sometimes really good at holding a straight face. You know, it's really fucking hard sometimes. But like, just fucking fight through it, man. Fight through it. It's gonna be the funniest thing ever if you just don't laugh. I'm not joking. I'm choking. You know why I am. On my dick! I mean, what? Fuck! I'm not allowed to say that. Ray wakes up again in the same bed, surrounded by the same people. He looks around closely once more, only to be shocked again. He realizes it's a fine house. He had expected this to be a world where he could see all humans and souls together. Weird. True, Smokey. I hold a straight face all the time. I have a hard time holding a bi face. It doesn't fit on me. He's choking how? Everybody's joking now. We get some Eminem lyrics up in here. It turns out that too was a lie. The Soul Realm is a wasteland, split into different biomes with no proper structures. This house, it's the only one I've seen. Aiko. Yes, it is. In fact, you haven't even stepped out of this house yet, Ray. What does that mean, Aiko? You'll see soon enough. She lifts Ray carefully and brings him outside the small house. Before him stretches a massive city, but it has no walls to protect it. Ray. This place has no walls. Any Kakia could wreck this place. Kagetsu. This place is Verinox's birthplace. Who is Verinox? You can only say what is true, and you did just that. Shit. Kagetsu. The Warden of Chains and Forbidden Bonds, also known as the God of Entrapment, Sealing, and Protection. God. Kagetsu. Yes, God. Ray slips out of Aiko's arms and stands on his feet, trying to understand what Kagetsu means. But weren't there no gods here? Kagetsu. There are no gods here now, but there were gods here. Let me tell you the origin of the Jokaki, the real story. Kagetsu's tale. There were once 4 Jokaki overlords. Theros, the Primarch of Strength and Dominion, also known as the God of Power. Verinox, the Warden of Chains and Forbidden Bonds, also known as the God of Sealing. Silmara, the Matron of Bloom and Resurrection, also known as the Goddess of Healing. Zephyrix, the Archon of the Arcane Veil, also known as the God of Magic. The 4 lords created heaven and the soul realm, guarding them with their lives. The realms were peaceful and had no problems. There were no Jokaki or Kakia. I'm gonna listen to something better than your 3-pack-a-day voice. But if you were 12, see you in a bit. True, Muffin. Have a good one, brother. The 4 lords created heaven. Oh, we are that there are no Jokaki, no Kakia, just heaven or hell. But one day, Zephyrix thought that if he sacrificed countless lost souls, he could attain the one soul power no one could tame: death. When the 3 other lords heard this, they rebuked Zephyrix's ideology and told him to drop it immediately. But Zephyrix was convinced his plan was perfect and he didn't need anyone's approval. When he disregarded the lord's warnings, they went to confront him. Zephyrix stood in the distance, certain that what he was doing was right. At that moment, Tharos appeared to be holding an imaginary handle in his right hand. Oh. When Zephyrix advanced, Tharos raised his right hand and glided his left over the invisible shape. As he did... Oh, God. I always think people's laughs aren't real because I don't laugh at my own jokes, yet you do. Is it... Bless you. Bless you. Thank you, guys. Jesus. I don't know, Muffin. If I don't think it's funny, why would I laugh at it? And if I don't think it's funny, why would I tell it as a joke? I think it's dumb. Oh, you don't laugh at your own jokes. Well, then you're not telling funny jokes. If you're not laughing at your own jokes, why the fuck would anyone else laugh at them? You just have to keep a straight face while you're saying it. That doesn't mean you're not laughing at it at the inside the entire time. Sometimes I laugh at my own jokes. People only laugh at their own jokes if they're weird like it talks. No, it's just because I sell the best jokes. Like me. Right? If the flap in your toilet tank won't go down, are you intelligent enough to know what to do to prevent flooding and to be able to use the toilet while waiting for the replacement flap? Absolutely not, Sean. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'd be fucked. I don't even know how to turn the water off. That was pointed, the sword. It's, oh, yeah. Raised his right hand, glided his left over the invisible shape. As he did, a sword began unraveling from the fabrics of space and time. Thoros pointed the sword at Zephyrix. Thoros, if you cross me, you'll lose a limb first. You ignored again. Well, I can't laugh when I've got a foot long in my throat. You know what, Muffin? Sometimes I ignore your messages because they're sexual and I don't want to get in trouble. Zephyrix pulled out his staff and raised a book, not his regular Arcana tome, but something different. He read aloud a cursed ritual, binding Thoros so that his attacks would go faulty half the time. Thoros didn't believe it and attacked, but Zephyrix didn't lose a limb. Then Varanox raised his hand. Varanox, with my powers I rebuke you to the realm beneath all realms. May your soul rot and your conscience melt into the swirling inferno of hell. Silumar raised her hand next. Silumar is the mother of life. I rebuke you from gaining pleasure or benefit from any life form or decayed life form. Zephyrix's body began disintegrating slowly, but before he was gone, he used his dark spellbook again.
Do not drink water.
Sink
Do not
toke.
leave your
Come
cell.
on!
Do not move your
Inside the
feet.
toilet tank is
Do
a
not
flap
stretch.
of rubber. It
Do
covers
not
the
go to
hole that
bathroom.
leads the water
Have
flush to the
another
bowl
toe.
out. There's a valve handle behind your toilet in the wall that you turn off. It stops water from running into the toilet. And just fill a bucket to dump into the toilet to flush when you need to. How do you know it's sexual? I could mean a foot-long subway. Because I know you, Muffin. Because I'm smart. Because I can read subtext. I also assume everything is sexual. So, never mind, bye-bye. Sorry, Muffin. Okay, you ready, Smokey? Let's go. Your count. $6,543, 6,542, 6,541. Go. And people are sometimes apologetic for no reason toward me especially. I'm Canadian, Muffin, so what do you expect? We apologize after we walk into a wall. Zephyrix, with this decree of hell, I state your curse to be misinterpreted.
Do anybody want to buy me a new controller? PS5 people are calling me bad. BCUZ stick drift sad face.
Smokey, I'm the same way. Why do you think my camera rotates in Monster Hunter? My right stick has fucking drift. Super annoying. With this decree of hell, I state your curse to be misinterpreted. His body stopped disintegrating until Thoros raised his hand once more. Thoros, by all the power dynamics, you shall never be as strong as you once were. Zephyrix's body began splitting apart. Before the end, he cast one last spell. By my decree, I banish you all to the realm of heaven. The three lords were trapped in heaven. Zephyrix's body split into 7 pieces, the 7 deadly sins. These 7 deadly sins could summon the dead, Jokaki, or otherwise back to life as monsters, the Kakia. This violated Silmara's law, but she no longer had the power to stop it. Seeing the imbalance of the world, Varanox diverted the flow of wandering souls to heaven, selecting a few to return and ensure peace in the soul realm. The juror was one of them. He did his duty until one of the sins promised him an antique watch his wife had given him in the realm of the living. The juror killed every single Jokaki for that watch. When he got it, the Jokaki lords punished him, trapping him in the realm between realms, where he was to choose who was worthy of becoming a Jokaki. But again, he misused his powers, twisting Varnox's rule and causing the realm between realms to collapse forever. Kagetsu, let me show you around the town. Rei, still astonished by the huge force field walls protecting the city, walks with Kogetsu. As they pass through the streets, Rei hears a cello being played, but the same wrong note repeats over and over. Kagetsu, what's the matter with him? Rei sees a timid teenager with dark circles under his eyes. He looks sleepless, terrified, his hair messy, posture curled, holding the cello tightly. Kagetsu, no one knows his name, but they say he is Varanox's last disciple. You mean God's last student? Kagetsu, yeah. The reason he's traumatized is probably because he's seen Varanox's true form. He hasn't spoken ever since. True form? Yeah, well, I'm not sure either. It's written in the ancient texts. Why does he play the cello? Miserably, too. And he doesn't speak to anyone. The epics say that when he plays his cello majestically, it will be the end of the world. What? He has Varanox's boon, the ability to see the future, but he can't speak it aloud or he'll die. So, my training? We're reaching the arena. The arena, what's that place? I'll let you see it for yourself. They step into an empty field filled with scientific tools. One of them looks like a reclining chair with high-tech heads instruments strapped to it. Kagetsu, here we are. Wear that headgear and lie on the chair. Rei follows the instructions, but suddenly his body is strapped down without his consent by another Jokaki. Hey, what are you doing? Calm down, this is no training, this is awakening your Jokaki. We're sending you into the inner soul to defeat your gatekeeper. Defeat him? He's stronger than me. You'll figure it out. You get 5 attempts. If you fail, your inner soul realm will collapse, and bad things happen. What happens when my inner soul collapses? Your gatekeeper becomes the controller of your body. What? So that means I can take the power back as well? He means you'll turn into a Kakia, fool. Before Rei can speak again, he falls unconscious and awakens inside his soul, where his gatekeeper waits. So, I suppose you're here to defeat me. I don't even know how I'm supposed to fight you. Then I guess you'll be better off under my control. Let's begin, then. The gatekeeper's trial. Rei stood before the massive black gates, their ancient cracked surface radiating a suffocating aura. This place wasn't part of the real world. It wasn't even the soul realm he knew. It was deeper, buried within the very fabric of his spirit. A place he had never dared to enter before. The air was heavy, every breath like inhaling molten metal. The ground was a dead, lifeless gray, and the only thing that moved was the faint, ominous sway of the gates, as if something enormous on the other side was breathing. A deep, resonating voice echoed through the air. You stand before the final threshold, Rei. To pass, you must defeat me. From the shadows before the gate emerged a gatekeeper, a towering figure clad in black, armored plates fused into its flesh, its face obscured by a mask of twisted bone. Its hands were empty, but Ray knew weapons didn't matter to it. The gatekeeper was the embodiment of pure strength and brutality. Without warning, it lunged. The first impact was like being hit by a collapsing building. Ray was thrown across the barren ground, tumbling until he skidded to a halt. Blood running from his mouth, his ribs screamed in pain, and before he could rise, the gatekeeper was already upon him again. Ray barely rolled aside as a massive foot cratered the ground where he had been. He retaliated. Cool story. I know, I love this story, Smokey. It's so dope. Bro. Oh, damn, Smokey, you went hard with that. Cool story, bro. True. Man, you're onto something here, Smokey. I don't know what it is, but you picked it up quickly. A fist smashed into his jaw and his vision flashed white. Wait, I think I missed one. Wait,
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Mr. Ogman737, thank you for the follow. How's it going, bro? Welcome to the stream. True, brother. How's it
700
going?
septillion.
700 septillion. It's the ultimate. It's like Kamehameha. Thanks, bro. No worries, man. I was enjoying your stream earlier, hanging out while I was doing some editing and uploading to YouTube. It's a good old time.
Give me 700 septillion points PLS. I want to use them all.
You know your digits pretty well there,
Who shot at
Smokey.
you?
Levi. Levi shot
Snipers.
me. I know, right? They're coming from all angles. Fucking ads. He was watching out for Kick the whole time, but he never expected to come from Twitch. How the turntables, guys. How the turntables. The brutality of it. W viewers. Agreed, Smokey.
The bullets are coming from inside the house. Next time I come with mass bomb. Ad.
Oh, shit. I not even clicked on it. It originally started out as a motorcycle engine, you know, and then somehow it turned into bullets. No, it's gotta have the rev. It's gotta be like. True. Welcome to the chaos, Mr. Ahmed. This is how it goes every day. The Smokey's here. Things get kind of out of hand, but it's a good thing. Okay. It's not bullets. Woof. Half the time I'm like, wait, are there bullets coming at me? Or is this just the engine of some tank? Wait, that could mean there's a cannon coming at me.
I
Fuck.
didn't start it this time, MFER.
I mean, true, Smokey, but you're just because you didn't start it this time, that was my motorbike. Nice. Sounds badass, Levi. I don't even know where we are anymore, guys. I'm sorry, Sharp. I completely lost the plot of the story. Okay. Barely rolled. But the gatekeeper caught it mid-swing, snapped it. Thanks. Not very fuel efficient. His ribs, okay. Barely rolled aside. A massive foot cratered the ground where he had been. He retaliated, driving his blade toward its torso, but the gatekeeper caught it mid-swing and snapped the weapon like a twig. Ray felt the sting of panic. This wasn't just a test. This was survival. A fist smashed into his jaw, and his vision flashed white. He felt his spirit shudder as his first life was ripped from him in an instant. His body disintegrated into particles before reforming several feet away. 4 lives left. Ray charged again, his movements sharper, faster, his aura flaring violently. He ducked under a swing, drove his knee into the gatekeeper's side, and unleashed a flurry of blows. The armored figure barely staggered. Then its hand closed around Ray's throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Ray's feet kicked, clawing at his grip, but the gatekeeper slammed him into the ground. So hard the impact echoed like thunder. Ray's bones cracked as darkness swallowed his vision. Another life gone, 3 left. His breathing was ragged when he reappeared, blood dripping from his lip. This time he didn't hesitate. He unleashed every ounce of power. His strikes faster than the eye could follow. The gatekeeper blocked most, but Ray's blade carved a shallow wound across its chest. Black ichor oozed out, but instead of faltering, the gatekeeper seemed to grow stronger. It roared, a sound that shook the very air, then grabbed Ray's arm mid-swing and wrenched it until the bone snapped. Ray screamed, only to be silenced by a knee driving into his gut. His body crumpled. Another life gone, 2 left. He stood again, panting, his spirit energy flickering like a dying flame. The gatekeeper's gaze more into him, cold, merciless.
In.
Fucking bullets, man. I hate when they get stuck in your gums. Gatekeeper's gaze bore into him, cold, merciless. Ray gritted his teeth and drew deep into his inner strength, summoning chains of light to wrap around the gatekeeper's limbs. For a moment it worked. Ray struck with everything he had, but the chains shattered like glass. The gatekeeper caught him mid-strike, slammed him against the gate itself, and drove its fist through his chest. Ray's vision blurred, his breath caught in his throat, and the world dissolved into nothing. 1 life left.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Hitox will now dance for you.
One
Please fully
new
enjoy
story
this immersive
found.
experience.
Nyandemic. Seems a parody of the COVID situation, but the virus in the story turns its victims into cat girls, regardless of their original gender. Nice, Sean.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
MC is an antisocial man, though, so I'm guessing he will be she
Really
before
good, you
too
can rest
long,
now,
though it's
babe.
several chapters in so far. Interesting. I like the concept. Ray reappeared on one knee, gasping. His vision was hazy and his body trembled. The gatekeeper slowly advanced, each step shaking the ground. Ray wiped the blood from his mouth and forced himself to stand. The weight of his final life pressed down on him like lead. There was no room for mistakes now. The gate loomed behind the gatekeeper, its presence pulling at Ray's very soul. The gatekeeper stopped just a few feet away. One more chance, it rumbled. Fail, and you will never pass. Ray's grip tightened on his weapon. His aura blazed, brighter and more violent than ever before. For a brief moment, the barren air seemed to burn around him. He launched forward, the world narrowing to just him, the gatekeeper, and the gate. And then, everything went black. Damn! You just end it there, Sharp? Oh, that's brutal. I think he's supposed to fail the test. And failing the test is what... I'm a man of cliffhangers. Failing the test is not going to turn him into a Kakia. Or he's going to be like some sort of mutation that allows him, even though he failed, to become a Jokaki. Jokaki? Jesus. So if you're not going to create it into a manga because of drawing, then what's your plan with the story? Hope I find an artist who wants to draw it. And this is Age of Desecration. If all else fails, you can try and go for the audio drama route I suggested earlier. People routinely volunteer to voice act them for free on YouTube, and it would help drum up interested for later mangas. True. Now what I would suggest is create text documents and put events that you specifically want to describe happening in that era, and placing them into the text file for each era to go into more detail with. But you can do that at a later time. These seems very helpful. He is very helpful. I'm not very good at structuring like this. I don't know what to call this. The Age of... Age of Expansion? What's that on the left? I zoned out. It's called Scrivener. Wait, yeah, okay, we'll just say Age of Gaia, then Age of Worms. Scriveners are essentially mages or clerks, depending on the universe. Then I'd create a folder where you specifically put every chapter in the story called Main Story, and put one text file called Chapter 1, and put the outline for the chapter's draft as a text file inside of each one. Like we have here, Beezus? Where we have all the events that happen for all the chapters up to chapter 10. Essentially, it'll allow for you to keep the outlines to show the creative process, while also allowing you to copy and paste it into the main file to show the completed chapter. Beezus, this is going like way over my head. Born from another planet as a moon and sent out into the outer rim of the solar system. Gaia prepares Gaia births our moon. Alright, how about we just go into it then, one step at a time. It might seem hard, but I promise it'll be better for future to keep it easier for us to understand. Okay. So this is the birth of Gaia and the birth of the moon. And then, upon making the moon, and then this is Age of Worms. Okay. Hmm. Age of surface. And this is where an age of beasts. What are the mathematics for the distribution percentage scaling increase over 20k a year population? Is that chat GPT prompt? Where what are the mathematics for the distribution percentage scale increase of population over 20k years? Starting with a population of 100,000. Probably, I don't know. It's probably just a question. I don't even know how long ago I did this. I don't know what to call it. I'm not going to call it the age of tree, the age of leaves, the age of lava, the age of adventurers. So this would be Crystalline era. So this is our timeline. Those are all of our eras. Isn't this one supposed to be in there? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, no, that's the same as that, so this isn't just moved to trash. And I think I know what you mean now that I did that, because is where I'd like stack them on top of each other, and you can have like both of them in it. So I could have this, then I could have like a detailed version of it. You could have multiple layers of them. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So the biggest thing now is well, we might as well just start at the beginning, right? It's for putting in short stories, other details you want to flesh out more that happens in that era. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So then what do we want in here? We want a new file. New folder. Should also go to where it says draft and change it to title of main story and put chapter 1, pasting the current first chapter into it, but you can wait to do that whenever you think it's a big priority. True. Makes sense. Object terminology. Or I guess we could just say something would just be terminology, and then inside of this another new folder that's objects. And this is there's the com pearl. So we basically have like every type of thing that we have. The biggest reason I think this is a good idea is because it leads into having a folder for the viewer stories for that event that I was talking about, naming the city and putting a folder named that in that folder as a subfolder, and then placing any canonized fan stories that you have into it. Makes sense, Beezus. Makes sense. True, Mr. Ahmed. 100%, bro. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna like describe what they are, but let's find out like what are the things that get introduced. Also putting a general theme you already have in mind for the city, along with any pre-existing people organizations you had for it. Yeah. So like be like weapons, armor, forges, no, that's not like a physical object. It's a physical object that we introduce. Crystalline material. Thinking like the types of like furniture and stuff like that, you know, like made from different animals, like from like the bestiary outside of the tree. Like there's the things that are made from the crystalline of the tree, and then there's the things that are of the adventuring world and outside of the tree, and they come from adventurers, quadrants of galaxies or planets. At this point, Beezus, nothing goes beyond Gaia and Anima. So no, it doesn't scale to that. I'm thinking like, I don't know what to name it. Fair enough. Is that a plan, or is that just something you're leaving out to not convolute the story? Yeah, it's something that we're just leaving out to not convolute the story. The whole background will be explained with anima and celestial beings at the beginning of the second book. But it doesn't go beyond basically anything than that. And the only reason is because Anima sent his shard to Gaia. So Gaia and Anima have a connection through the shard. Fucking ads. I don't know what to call this. Yeah, I don't know. Adventurer obtained foreign materials. Is Gaia the planet, by the way, or I sit also as an ego like Anima? Beezus, Gaia is the planet, and she is a very loving, kind, understanding, like motherly, like Mother Nature, basically. That's what Gaia is. That's why I chose the name Gaia, because Gaia is like Mother Nature, right? So even the name itself is very important to its own existence, right? Like, the name solidifies its existence. I need to go grab a drink, though. I'll be right back, guys. Fucking retarded. I forgot my water bottle. If there's any chance you might delve into other planets' quadrants in the future, then I would suggest you organize things into the folder called Gaia, having the items, organizations, creatures unique to them, and specific cities in it. I think it's good for an intergalactic space opera to have more than just one planet, but that's just my opinion. I don't want to mess with your vision of your story. Well, it's not an intergalactic space opera, it's a fucking... I mean, like, the final fight is on a celestial level, but everything else is pretty grounded in reality. It's just a really fucked up world. Because octopi were the ones who became the most sentient, and through anima, they became the most dominant. Wait, isn't he supposed to be a space-traveling truck driver? Beezus, are you fucking with me right now? I'm so confused. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about cryogen? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I'm like, where did this galaxies and like why are we trying to extrapolate the story on such a fantastic, like, the whole point is to not go to that length because it's too much beyond comprehension. And I already write in an abstract way. Okay, Beezus, I think you need to take a toke, bro. Like, wait, I'm so confused. It's understandable, though. I write so many stories, it's hard to wrap your head around which one I'm currently on. Oh, that's funny, though. No. The only thing that's connected to it is the story of Duarte. So these are physical objects. Then we want... Crichton is finished. The real story hasn't even truly started, since he wants a clear roadmap before he really starts writing it. Exactly, Sean. We have like a quarter of the book, but that's it. The rest of it's in my head. And with the things that are changing around, I don't even know how these chapters will go, right? So we have objects. We want species. Wait, this is supposed to be a folder. I feel like that should be up there. Why are these not inside of terminology? I'm so confused. Okay, that's why. These weren't inside of it. That's why I was so confused. Okay, and then we want species. Well, actually, first we want... celestial beings. Avians. Sectoid. Okay, and we want actually a new folder in here, and we want this I don't know what to call them. I'm just gonna call them for now main species. And that's octopi, avians, insectoids, leave celestial beings out on its own. And then we want a new folder for beastmen. And we want the different kinds of beastmen. So we have beastman species. Whoops. Then we have frogmen. Tortoisemen. And then we have the mammals. Foxmen. Rabbitmen. Which these are like more like kangaroo men. Actually, let's call them kangaroo men. And then special. Whoops. Folder. Special. Cactuar. Google. Sith. Tonberry. Dragons and martins. And that can go in dragons and worms. We got the D in dragon. Dragons. Dragons. Okay, there we go. Terminology, we have species. Okay, and this special is supposed to be within species. These are all supposed to be inside a species. There we go. So we have species, then we have objects. So this is where I'm like, I'm just at a loss for building this. Like, I need to follow a guide. When it comes to this, like, I just need to follow a guide and fill in the blanks. Like, that's really what I feel like. Do you have anything like that, Beezus? Or do you know a way to figure something like that out? And do I have to save this, or is this just automatically save? I can look one up. Because that's like the best way that I find, if I'm not good at structure, okay, is looking at someone else's structure and overview. So I want all of this to be in there. This is the appendix, this is the terminology. I haven't watched this, but here's one that goes over it. Not sure if it's too long for you or not. Today it might be, because of the sound issues.
The most life-changing thing I ever did as a writer was moving my draft from Google Docs into Scrivener. And today I'm going to share exactly how to set up and use Scrivener in just a few minutes. But before I get into that, I want to talk about why it is so helpful to use Scrivener. Like, explaining Scrivener to writers has basically become my religion. A lot of people have been like, oh, it's too confusing. I write in Google Docs and that's all I need. And listen, I think that programs like Google Docs can be really, really great for first drafts. And for some writers, they can work great forever. But if you're anything like me, I just get lost once I have more than like 10 or 20,000 words, and I'm trying to manage all of the different storylines and subplots. And the way I see it is like this. Let's say you're back in like middle school. Are you one of those kids that just packs your bag by throwing like all of your crumpled paper and pens just like into the bag? Like, even describing that gives me anxiety. If you're like me, my favorite day of the year was going to Staples and picking out all of my different colored binders and accessories and keeping things super organized. Break out of this metaphor for a minute.
You guys don't understand this, but she sounds like a fucking robot. Like, completely mechanical because of the fucking broken headphones. So ridiculous.
And let's just say you are in Google Docs and you're trying to figure out like where you left off, or you're trying to work on a different section. It just takes a lot of extra time that we often don't have as writers to go find every single thing that you're looking for.
It's definitely throwing everything in. I carried all my books all the time because we don't have lockers here.
How much can you hold in your brain at once? So if you're the type of person who can just write an entire draft straight through, completely in order, never looking back, hitting all of your plot points, well, first, I am very jealous of you. And second, I am not one of those people. When I get stuck, I often jump to different parts of my manuscript, which Scrivener makes a lot easier to do. And when you're trying to balance all of your different characters and your subplots and the different character arcs and the arcs of each subplot, it's really, really hard to keep that all in your brain at once and to make sure you hit all of the right points at the right time, especially when you're revising. And so just like accountants have special software, lawyers have special software, heck, we use laptops, most of us, right? We don't just write things by hand. You can do it, but technology
Plebs
and
using
software,
fucking laptops.
they serve real purposes,
Nubs.
and they allow us to move much faster and to utilize, like, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but to utilize like the best parts of our brain as we write. So we're not just sitting there thinking like, where's my pen and where's that piece of paper? But we can just dive right in and get to the part of the story that
I'm
we're
meaning to buy a
working on.
laptop for it.
Okay, so with all of that said, let's dive in. I'm going to show you exactly how I set up Scrivener and let you know you don't need to be overwhelmed by this software, right? There's like a million different parts to it. Even I don't know like most of those. And the point is, you don't need to. You only need to know a few key features of Scrivener to get started. And really, you only need those few key features for all of time to still have this be super, super powerful software. So let's get into it, and I'm going to show you exactly how I set up and use Scrivener.
If you want a PDF that covers all of the tips that I am about to go over, head down to the description below for a free cheat sheet on how to get started with Scrivener. The first thing we want to do is select our template. So I'm going to go to fiction and then novel and then create. This is super, super important. A lot of people get upset with Scrivener because it doesn't automatically save your work to the cloud, but there is a really easy workaround. So if
that doesn't look like mine, guys.
You just have to make sure that where you're saving your work,
and like there's only
is a
half the
folder
screen
in
there.
So for me, I'm in Dropbox and then in tutorial, and then I'm going to call this my book.
I don't even know. Jesus, I don't even know what's going on here, bro.
And now anything that I write is automatically going to get.
I don't think she. How does this have 110K views when the screen?
Any writer's greatest fear. All right, so there's a lot.
But
of
it's like the screen.
A lot of stuff that I don't use. It depends.
It's like a quarter of the fucking screen. How am I supposed to see anything?
Etc. But just to start out, I use folders for chapters, and then you can create a new folder here.
This isn't even what mine looks like either.
Folders for Axe. So Axe.
It's just like if it's not a one-to-one, it fucks with my brain bees because it looks like a completely different program than what I'm using.
I usually number, and then to change the hierarchy, you just move it.
This is a Mac. You can tell by the top left.
And then chapters, I don't number.
Fucking women and Macs. What the fuck is it?
Because Scrivener will automatically number those for you. I think they can also number acts for you, but I only use, depending on what I'm writing, I usually do 3 acts, so that's like, it's pretty easy for me to number them. Chapters, though, you might rearrange them or rewrite them, and so you never really know what the numbers are, so you can just call them chapter, and Scrivener can automatically number them.
Muffin! Yo, bro, how's it going? Welcome.
So if you start typing here, hi, this is a scene, you'll see that that's in italics, but if you want to put a title, you double click, and we can call this scene 2. Doesn't super matter. I don't include the names of scenes in my book, so usually I'll call these like descriptors of what's happening. So maybe this is like Gatsby thinks about Daisy, because we are going to be using Great Gatsby, and then like Nick's first scene. I don't super remember the scenes, but those are the titles, and these are just for me to know what's going on. So I am going to copy some of the Great Gatsby in here just so you can see what it's like to have a few scenes. Now I have 1 act and 2 chapters with 3 scenes. I mean, I copied the same thing in each, but this is just for show. And so the first thing
we're back. Sounds good, Muffin.
Is really cool. There are 3 different views you can use in Scrivener. So if I click chapter, now we're in the flashcard view. I used to do these by hand, and it's so awesome to be able to just see this automatically. So you'll notice that's just that chapter, but if I select all of these, now I can see these. And then I'm on a Mac. On a PC, it's usually the same shortcuts, but you use Control instead of Command. So on a Mac, Command 1, drafting. Command 2, flashcards. Command 3, outline. So super cool. We don't see too much here. It's just the names of the scenes that I've put. But now, if we write a little synopsis for each scene. So I'm going to say the first scene, this is the first scene. Terrible synopsis, but you know. Second scene. Important scene. Okay, so now if I select these again, oh, so now we can see the synopsis. So really cool. And then if we go back to note card, you can also see the synopsis there. So already like super powerful, even if that's all that you know. So next, when you're writing, I think we're all pretty particular about how we like viewing things. So what's cool is that you can change how this appears without messing with how this will appear when you compile it, which I will show you at the end. So for me, no style is automatically going to go like this. So I like this font. To change the font, I am going to go to Format, Paragraph. So tabs and indents, I like doing 0.5. And so once again, this isn't going to show up on the final compiled manuscript, but it will just show up for you as you are writing. And then I'm going to go to Format. Let's see where it is. Line and paragraph spacing. I like 1.1 and 12 point after. Looks pretty much the same. And then to keep this formatting in any new scenes that I write, I'm going to go to Format, make formatting default. And then I'm just gonna click this project only. And so
how do I save shit to the cloud? Because like she talked about that, but it doesn't fucking say how to do it.
Same formatting I set, and now I can like breathe and actually keep going. Next up, we have this right section, which once again, super powerful just to be able to see what you're writing, as well as the synopsis and the notes. So notes, you can include anything for any scene, but just being able to have the notes per scene is super helpful. For me, I hate deleting anything that I'm writing.
That's why I have the
so
two
let's
things
say
on
I
each
wanna
side of
delete
the
this
screen.
paragraph. I would just put that.
Remember when I asked you to
notes,
create a
and that way,
backup
in case
folder
someone
and you
added that
said
back,
no
I
at the
have it
setup?
right there. But another cool thing that you can do when it comes to deleting.
No, I clicked on
is
the
if you go
backup
over
folder to see what the backup folder was. There is a backup folder. It's probably easier just to go like open file location, right? Where's open file? Show more options. Open file location. You end up doing it? No, it said it was already there though, wasn't it? I'm so confused. Well, I guess I didn't. The way to do it is just to save the file destination to the computer's OneDrive. I have no idea how to do that. Maybe we'll figure it out. Open File Explorer and look at it. One of the tabs should be called OneDrive. OneDrive temp. This file is empty. Wait, what? Oh, this? The hell is this? Put it in there and it saves to your Microsoft Accounts cloud. How do I save it in there? Save as? Yeah, that's cool. Nice Beezus. Guess we'll go back to the video now. Fuck is it? Is this one? No. No. There it is.
To this snapshot feature.
Everything you put in there will save to your cloud, by the way, not just this. Okay.
And so let's say you are about to just totally change the scene. and like completely rewrite it, but you just want to keep this. You just press plus, and now this lives forever, this snapshot. And now let's say I delete this paragraph and this is my new scene. You can compare the two versions, and look, it shows you deleted that scene, and we can also roll it back to the original version. So that is pretty awesome. So I'm just gonna click that to go back to the synopsis and note view. The next thing that I love.
Okay, that sounded actually interesting, but I
just
don't.
wanna keep...
Okay, so that's this. I don't know what happened. Shit. That seems like it's a full screen button. Like, where are these things that she's talking about? Like, I don't... See all those icons and everything up there? What was she saying? This is like snapshots where you can take different versions of the same file. I don't know what compile is. That's bookmarks. But like, see what she's doing?
You just press plus, and now this lives.
Compile is changing the type of file it is. You can format it into a PDF that way. Oh, okay. But yeah, what's this? This is why I'm like, I don't know where she is with this because I can't see the fucking screen. And where's this thing on the side that says notes? So this isn't very helpful at all. I'm sorry, Visas. I know the things that I can do now, I just don't know how to actually do them.
Paragraph. I would just put that right into notes, and that way, in case I want to add it back, I have it right there. But another cool thing that you can do when it comes to deleting is you can go over to this snapshot feature. And so let's say you are about to just totally
change
the scene and like completely rewrite it, but you just want to keep this. You just press plus, and now this lives forever, this snapshot. And now let's say I delete this paragraph and this is my new scene. You can compare the two versions, and look, it shows you deleted that scene, and we can also roll it back to the original version. So that is pretty awesome.
I don't know how to get there. I don't know what those are.
To go back to the synopsis and note view. The next thing that I love doing is having color-coded scenes based on
I'll
the
find it?
status.
Okay.
Now, Scrivener actually has status down here, which I learned recently. I don't super love how they do it. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. But once again, like, you don't have to do everything perfectly. Just set things up as you like. So for me, I'm really big on colors. And so let's say this scene is done. So I'm gonna go to label, and I'm gonna make it green because it's done. And now we see that down here, but that's not super helpful for me. So what I'm going to do is go to View,
Show Inspector. Okay, I figured it was something like that. And then there's the synopsis and there's the notes. Beautiful.
and I'm going to go to Use Label Color in Binder. Alright, so now we've got that dot. I still don't super love it, so I'm going to go to View, Use Label Color in Show as Background Color in Binder. Alright, so now that's green. And then let's say this one is like, I need to do a lot here, so I'm gonna make that orange, and really up to you, but I think it's just super cool to have these different colors. Now, another thing that you can do with these colors, which is really awesome, is if you're writing like a multiple point of view novel or just a novel where the characters are super important, you could say the green ones are like character 1, the orange are character 2, the blue are character 3. Let's make this one blue as well. Okay, so if you go down, there's a cool timeline feature where you can see, I'll show you. It'll make more sense when we see it. I can't actually see it, and that's Scrivener for you. So what I have to do is I have to select all of the scenes that I want to see in this timeline. And now it exists. And we click that little button. Oops. And now, see how we have those different colors we set up? It's going to show you the progression of each like main part of your story based on the colors. So we had 1 in orange, 1 in green, 2 in blue. So I think that's really cool. I'm writing.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
YA contemporary, so I don't really use this, but I think this can be really, really awesome for multiple POV or fantasy. Alright, so let's get out of this. And once again, yeah, I use these for status, but you can use colors for anything. So another thing that I like to do on the side is if I'm trying to keep track of all of my different subplots, what I do is I go to, not label, change icon. So let's pretend the blue notepad is for the main character. So that's a blue notepad. And then let's pretend clock is like, I don't know, there's a ticking time bomb and like that's the main theme of a few scenes. So I put that there. But I really think having these icons in this visual representation is really, really important. So I do colors and then icons to arrange. All right, next up,
She looks
let's
like that
talk
Lord
about
Farquaad.
hitting your
Shit! You mean Mud Brown?
So if we click that little green bullseye, we can have a target for our.
You should see what she sounds like to me, Smoke. You sounds like a fucking robot.
Click in and enter, and then a session target you can have 1,000. And that's going to show you how far you got with each, which is really cool. If you're really into stats like I am, you can also see your writing history by going to
Really like the
Project,
session target?
Writing history, and that will show you how many words that you wrote each month and each day. Next,
Invest
going
in
back
a
to characters,
headset.
another really
Earphones
cool
are
thing
no
that you can do.
good,
Let's look
man.
into this
But
first
then my
scene.
ears
You go
hurt,
over to
Smokey, because they press on my
metadata,
glasses.
And then for keywords, you can say what characters are in the scene.
And
So let's say this is
Penguins
Nick,
uses Charlie
and
uses
then
fucking
Gatsby.
earbuds, man.
and
Don't
then let's
diss
go to the second
Charlie.
scene, and let's pretend
Earbuds
this
are
is
what it's all
Gatsby
about,
figuring
bro. I
out,
just wish my
and then
fucking
Daisy,
PC. I use
and then
Sony
this third
InZones.
scene, let's say is Nick.
Then don't wear
and
glasses. Charlie doesn't wear
Now
glasses and he still
So
uses
if you want
these.
to just edit any scenes that have Daisy in them, so first make sure you've added them as you go, and then you go to the search bar and go here, and then you go to keywords, and we're gonna do Daisy. And now that brings up the 2 scenes that have Daisy in them. So I think that's pretty awesome. All right, another thing.
These
that we can
motherfucking
do with
eyebrows,
these
though? Oh, I know,
characters,
right?
If you have a lot of trouble coming up
I
with
don't understand why
character
women
names
do
like
that
I
shit.
you can go, I don't even remember where it lives, so I just go to search. Okay, so it's writing tools, and then name generator. Okay, edit. Yeah. See, this is the thing. You just learn a few things, because they're all hidden everywhere. And there's so many others that I just don't use. Writing tools, name generator. And so here, if I want a female, maybe I want a female that has the same letter starting her first and last name. You can also look like if she's from a certain country, you can set that. And you could also
Dude, this is really good.
So
because then I can select them within a certain area so that names have a simple convention. Because the way that we have our naming convention works... let's bring this up. Extras. Where's naming convention? Yes, naming schemes. They're American names like Jack, and take the name Jack and manipulate it to like Kajik or Kujak or something like that. Insectoids are... Why does it not say any of the other ones? It just has American. That's weird. Because it should have the other ones as well. Is there another file? Not the character compendium. Oh, it is. Naming scheme American, avians. European, so like Gunther, rename, consonants, and then insectoids. Naming scheme is Asian. So if we keep with those, we can keep certain species within a certain line of names and naming scheme that allows us to like make it seem like the names aren't just random. Like there's a reason for the names being the way they are.
Didn't really do alliteration. Maybe that's because I set the last name. Here we go. So now we have a bunch of alliterative names. Even I guess they don't have to have the first letter, but as long as they sound the same. And the final feature that I want to show before we get into the wild compile feature is how you
have
can
to earn
pages at once, which can be really, really helpful. So you just click this little icon, and then if we want to change this page, we just click it over here. If we want to change this page, we click it over here. I know it's confusing because I have the same text, but okay. So now we have two separate pages that we can edit side by side, and if we want to get out of this,
5 days worth.
That icon. And let's say we forgot where notes.
Damn, Smoke, you've been watching for a while, bro.
It's the blue icon. So you just click
Thank
that
you, good sir.
to show it there. All right, so let's talk about how to compile your manuscript. I remember going in thinking, like, who cares? And then when I was querying agents, I ended up having to compile my manuscript a million times. Like, anytime I made a little change, I had to recompile it. So learning how to do this really fast
My
is
pleasure.
super
Awesome,
helpful.
Smokey.
So what we were going
Pleasure
to do
on your
is go to
dick.
Project, and then, nope, I'm gonna go to help. I always forget where things are.
You need like that, and then you need the next one beside it to be like a fire hose spraying.
So first make sure all these scenes are selected that you want
But you don't see the fire hose, you just see the water.
The title page, which is in front matter. Let me show you where that is. So front matter is down here.
File's the biggest deal in this.
And then title page is in manuscript format. So you're gonna want to put like, we're gonna call this The Great Gatsby, and I'm gonna say I wrote it, even though obviously I didn't. And let's say it is 50,000 words, and you know, other things here. So now file, compile. We definitely want that front page at the start. And so now we're going to define our section types, which is important because that is going to tell Scrivener the style you want to export it in. So that is front matter, so we want to select that. Act 1 isn't a chapter heading, that is a part heading. Chapter is a chapter heading, and then all of these are scenes. Then we can do scene, and then we can make that a chapter. Okay, so we have selected them all. And now this is the confusing part that took me like a really long time to understand, and I still don't feel like I 100% have it, but I think I have it down enough.
Yes,
to, like,
Smokey! Oh my God! Yes!
Section layouts.
Yes!
We don't have to show unused.
Yes! I love it! I fucking love it! It's beautiful! It's beautiful!
That was Act 1. That's just for me when I'm organizing. I don't actually have that in the book. So I'm going to scroll all the way down.
Sorry, I was
I
distracted!
just don't want Act 1 to appear.
I didn't think you would find a cum shot so quickly! I underestimated you, Smokey!
Titles. Then you could go to like chapter 1 and then the title, like that. But here, I just want the chapter with the number, and that's why we don't have to number them, because Scrivener will. Oh no, I want it like this. I want like the chapter right above the text. Alright, then we go to scenes. For my scenes,
you know, you don't know who I know! True, Smokey!
With, hashtags.
So get me a fucking millionaire deal, you bitch!
And then front matter,
stop fucking around and make
right
me the goddamn money, motherfucker!
Page but not with any titles. So
Or do I have to show my
I think
feet
just new
more?
page. And we're going to be able to preview this to make sure I actually did it correctly. Unless you actually want to print it right away, we want it for PDF. So we do PDF, and then we click compile, and then we decide where we want to save it, and then we click export. And great, now we have the PDF, our front matter. Yeah, I didn't write Great Gatsby, but I wrote this terrible version. Well, copy and pasted it. And then we have the title, the page count, the chapter.
There you go, Smokey. There's your points. You get that instead of points.
And the scenes that are separated by hashtags. We have these auto indents, but the first line isn't indented. All of this.
You're gonna have like a record for the amount of times that you've followed me.
This tutorial helps you and makes Scrivener seem just
for us. I'm not that interested. Are you smoking? Who? You. Why?
I mean, it definitely works, Beezus.
What? When did you start smoking?
This is the first time I'm new here.
So you have been lying.
Welcome, welcome, Smokey. I believe in you. You have the power, good sir.
Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Okay, so Beezus. Is there a way to, like, import a setup for this that's already pre-made but not labeled? Does that make sense? Because, like, my biggest problem is I don't know how to categorize stuff. I'm not good at categorizing, but if you say what the category is, then I can tell you what's under it. I just can't tell you what the fucking category is. Because I'm retarded. So I'm like, well, I have species and objects. What else should I have in terminology? Show me your bios. Right here, Smokey. Right fucking here. That's what it's all about. This. Right here. Do you accept, Smokey? So, like, something that has, like, all the terminology, it's like cities and everything like that. Like, that, to me, Beezus, would be a game changer. That would make everything so much better. If I just had a layout. And then I could just drop from my mind into the layout. Because it's so scrambled up here that it's like, I don't fucking know where to go. I'm at, like, decision paralysis, basically.
I don't use a lighter, I summon fire.
Callie, welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? So I was talking a little bit earlier about the podcast, but do you want to come on voice chat? But somehow, Callie, I blew out my headphones and everyone sounds like a fucking robot because it's like. But I would love to hear your voice like a robot, Callie, and imagine you're my AI girlfriend. I mean, boyfriend. I mean, what? You can be whatever you want to be, Callie. But apparently I need new headphones. Not impressed by that. Not impressed by that at all. And it makes listening to things really brutal. But Beezus got me to use this new program called Scrivener. And so far it's a really good help, but I need an outline to work with. Or I need people to like tell me categories of things. Because I'm just so bad at figuring it out myself. Like there's so much terminology in my head, like I guess one we could add is the bestiary.
Where did you come from? Where did ya go?
Wait, are these not folders? Fuck. Go to create new project, go to fiction, and then use that template and see if it's better or not. Okay. Fiction. Novel. With parts.
I remember when I lost my mind.
True. Pre-structured. By default, when compiled, this project will generate a document in the standard manuscript form of novels. Okay, how to use this template. This is good, this is good. Inside the manuscript folder, create a new folder for each part of your novel as direct subdocuments. Okay, this is really good for the manuscript, Beezus. But is there one for... I'm just gonna see if I can find this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do some Ask Grok, guys. We're gonna do some Ask Grok.
Now I will leave. Now I will go. Now I will exit. Now I will depart. Now I will withdraw.
Your mind from your body or your dick from your ass, Smokey. Or both. Okay, let's see what it gives us. True, Callie. Organizing the terminology for a high fantasy novel inspired by Final Fantasy can be a daunting task, given the rich, multifaceted worlds typically of the genre. Below, I've crafted a template outline for categories to help you structure the world-building elements of your story. This outline is designed to capture the key aspects of the high fantasy setting, drawing inspiration from Final Fantasy's blend of magic, technology, intricate lore, and diverse cultures, while remaining flexible to your unique narrative. Cosmology and metaphysics. Cosmic order, the structure of the universe, planes, existence, heavens, underworlds, or ethereal realms. Oh! The soulscape, where your soul and your consciousness truly dwell. So yeah, this is perfect. This is what we need. And then we use this to build that. But I don't think this is something that's like very entertaining, right? That's why I'm like, this is something I'd want to do more off stream just the structuring part. Once we have the structuring done, then going through it and adding everything and talking about everything, I think that's the interesting part. But I don't think the structuring of it is very interesting or entertaining or anything. But anyways, Callie, shall we, now that you're here, shall we read your book? Shall we read another chapter? But I am definitely slowly falling in love with the idea of this program, Beezus. It definitely has a lot of shit to it. Which I do like. Sent you a template you can look at. Okay. I'll keep sending them until you find one you like. Well, this is what I would like. See, geographic and environments. Perfect, that's what I miss. Species and races. Hybrid or unique beings. Nations and societies. Political structures, power dynamics, technology and artifacts. History and lore. Social structure, cultural elements, characters, archetypes, conflict and themes. Magic and supernatural elements. Ecology and wildlife. It's like this encompasses so many different things that I would have never even thought of. Honestly, just send that text doc to me, I'll create it for you. This? You want me to send this to you? That would be amazing. I'm gonna put it in Intoxication's work in progress. Now I gotta find Callie's story. So tired! That's okay, Callie. You didn't go to sleep when you had the chance and now you're stuck with it. Oh, that's not what I want. I want Into the Nightmare. The original Into the Nightmare manuscript. Chapter 9? Chapter 8. We're on so many different ones that I don't even know. A New Village. No, it has to be 7. Or am I way behind on this? Trust my fire. Pretty sure we're on chapter 5, right? Yeah, he was like communing with his sister, right? So, Icon of the Dawn. All right. All you do is stay awake for another 15 minutes, Callie. No, we read chapter 4. Because he did the scene with his sister, right? Where he's calling her down from heaven and he put the pebbles in his mouth. Chapter 5, Icon of the Dawn. I'm gonna take a toke first before we do this, Callie. I'm so excited. Let's go. Do you actually want continent landmasses? Yes, because I'm gonna need that in the past, what the original 4 continents were. Because each species is gonna call the continent a different thing because of their origins. Streeju Joel! Welcome, Joel! How's it going, bro? How are you today on this fine day of days? Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? That's what we're all about here. Spreading the joy of storytelling through the world of words. Any kind of creativity. Whether it be art, music, or anything. We are very much glad to have you here, sir. Is that an ad break, guys? Did we just fucking hit a goddamn ad break? Fucking ads. What are you gonna do? What are ya gonna do? Alright, get your tokes ready, guys. Get your tokes ready. Toke it up, boy. Smokey, you better be ready, boy. It's gonna be a fat one, boy. We gonna go in here hard. Gonna be a good time. We gonna get her. Go get it. You just came here. You can take the. But and it's gonna be one. Not no mother gets gonna go with it. There we go. Gerwer freaking Erskader. There it is. Alright. 3, 1, go. Callie, within the first 3 words, are you kidding me? How'd you let that happen, bro? How'd you let that happen? I think that worked, Beezus. And now I just gotta open it in... Just give me the option to fucking search. Oh, then what did you send me? Oh, is this a different one that you sent me? That was the old one I sent you before you found the type you wanted. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. But yeah, Callie, how did you let this happen, bro? I don't believe it. Thought you were better than this. Unless it's supposed to be Royales. And I'm retarded. Is it supposed to be Royales? Does that make sense? Callie, I don't believe you're here anymore. So... I need proof before I continue to read, good sir. Is that supposed to say Roy Lals? Is that an actual thing? Because it could be. But I'm pretty sure you mean royals. Yeah. Okay. You might want to check and see if that's in the final version there. That's why it's like, do you have the final version? That you, because like, then we could go through the final version, and then if there was anything in there, you know, you'd be able to find it. But anyways, it is what it is. Just a thought. Now the royals were unable to be seen. Pyrrhus promised me a family, a country of my own, and the power to rule it. The Titan Kronos wasn't a part of that deal. Why should I help him when he's broken one of those promises already? How would I rule a ruined country beset by the legendary Kronos? I would be daft to trust a flame that destroyed everything which was supposed to be mine. After I faced this familial injustice, I wanted fairness and peace for this country. Part of me wondered if I simply wanted fair treatment from those dear to me, rather than for the people I was meant to rule. I had to channel this desire rather than let this selfishness consume me. I should take action to make this country better. There was Pyrrhus, in search of his mother, who deserved him for a reason I'm not aware of. Amber, who, without the love and attention she wanted from her family, destroyed the fountain belonging to the twins. If she were not gone, she would surely have taken action against Kaimai. My guess is the oath was broken when my physical body was turned to stone. Ajax shares his fate. Being one of the royals, it was Kaimai, Michelle, and I who stood upon a world scorched by a river of fire. Kaimai spoke to me. Ekthros, when you turned to stone, you essentially died. I'm guessing that Pyrrhus broke an oath to you, which is why he and the rest of the royals are gone. But do not worry. There are ways to bring everyone back. We'll just have to make a few sacrifices to Phobator, particularly of the remaining goats that survived the onslaught. In sign language, Kaimai, I've already made enough sacrifices to a selfish dream for a united family. I want a united country. Ekthros, everyone deserves a family, even the bringer of nightmares. Though I was never your father, I've always been your guardian. Kaimai was never so sympathetic. I grew suspicious of him, and I had grown on him ever since the development of my states, as if I became the leader he wanted in me. In sign language, what is the reason the gods know me as the enemy? He walked over me. If you want the truth, I suggest we make those sacrifices. She should have lost her amber eyes after turning the gods into pure hatred. He made circles of his fingers and looked through them. He smirked. In sign language, I've grown tired of your manipulation. I think I understand your case. You, a man whose destiny is determined by the gods you serve, want control over your own fate. You take advantage of everyone you know to advance your agenda. Though, being an icon, I imagine you don't just want me as your puppet. You're afraid of me. I'm going to create a country of my own. My self-appointed guardian was right, though. I roamed the now scorched country, its familiarity lost to the soles of my baked feet. I could barely recognize my homeland. I missed the usual smell of mud and wet grass. Though the land was singed, I barely felt any pain. Though Phobator was gone, as his son, his power still flowed through my veins. The need for sacrifice was unnecessary when I possessed the same power as the absent Phobator. What had Kami wanted in him that he couldn't get from me? Why seek out their power if you wish to be independent of them? His plan to use the gods had already failed once. I felt disappointed to know one of the only family I had available to me wanted power more than kinship. The sky borrowed the red of the soil below it as its fumes lent itself to the atmosphere. Yet the sun still burned through the clouds, only the scent of burnt leather was familiar to me. It was the same spell as my father's shoes when the twins let a bolt of lightning strike his vicinity. Animals that weren't turned to ash by the river had their skin seared by the flames that never reached them. The fire raged below them as they tried to escape it. There were no other corpses, only the ashes left behind by those I was meant to rule. Scarves, with minimal power left in them, lay bare upon the ground, subjected to the river of fire. Their decorations were gone with the waters that boiled away. However, the cloth they were made of somehow survived, made of Phobator's wool. I suspected what power was left protected the scarves, just as his blood protected me. I thought I should roam the country to search for any other survivors. It's clear they would be somewhere high up, such as a hill or mountain. I went back home to Eshteshin. To my surprise, the village I came from was still flooded. I knelt to brush my palm against the bottom of the pool of water. Because the soil was so used to its frequent overflows, the river of fire could sustain itself upon the mud. Eshteshin felt to me the hottest place in the country. Yo, Tyler, how's it going, buddy? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Perfect timing, bro, because we could read some more Choke when we're done with this. We just been going hard with the reading, guys. It's like our reading arc right before our art arc. I don't think I'm ever going to finish Chiral Clones, let alone start Ghost Mentor. But we do have to rewrite the banquet before the 24th, because I really want to join that competition, because I really think that idea is fucking powerful and makes people go, what the WhatsApp? Or what's the Whatpad? What the Whatpad? True. But we are reading Chapter 5 of Callie's story currently. To my surprise, the village I came... Oh, right, we already read that. Upon the mud. Eshteshin felt to me the hottest place in the country. I walked home to find Reginald, who might have survived. Statues of charred flesh stood ankle-deep, motionless in the flooded valleys of Eshteshin. These corpses painted a picture of what they were doing before the deluge. Trading fruit, praying, and those who realized their end embracing each other in their last moments. They stood at the very edge of the village where they intended to jump the gates. Everyone might have survived if they climbed the hills, though I doubted they'd live long without commerce. I was roasting my black streamer friend and said, "You remind me of Lego Piece." Oh no. 2550C01, is that the monkey? My sister reckons it's racist, but he laughed. So, is it the fucking monkey? Yeah. Yeah. It's fucking funny! As long as you're not malicious, humor is supposed to push the line like that. Now, there are some people that are malicious with it. Like the clip that I know that from. And I'm guessing it's the same clip that you know it from. That's what I fucking said. Exactly. And if anyone else says that it's fucking racist, you just tell them, no, you're racist. It's like... let me see if I can find the clip. Is it, guy in Mexican dress talks to University versus Mexicans about, what's the word? Cultural appropriation. Is this... Yeah.
Do you think my outfit is offensive?
Are you Mexican?
No.
Yes.
I think it reaffirms stereotypes that are offensive to people.
It's not yours.
Do you find my outfit offensive?
Yes. Yeah.
Why?
He said so I could screen record. I roast my Asian friends and Latino friends and go hard as long as it's with friends
like
and
the
consensual and
hats and the maracas.
consenting. So take that, sis. True, Tyler.
Cultural appropriation.
Does my outfit offend you?
You look no. You look nice.
Do you like my costume?
Yes.
Does it offend you?
No.
Do you like my outfit?
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Does my outfit offend you?
No, not at all.
No, nothing. That's good.
Do you think my outfit is offensive?
Are you Mexican?
Imitation. Guys, you must know that imitation is the truest form of flattery. It is very true. It is not that I am racist against brown people. I love brown people. Are you shitting me, bro? They are the best kind of people. They know what is going on. They are very down to earth and they are very much educated. They are just trying to take advantage of a system that they can take advantage of because their country is not as great. India is wonderful, but it is very much packed. So when you can't find anything there, you have to leave to come here. And that is okay. We accept that. It is very okay. But it is very much they become Canadian. I told her, why are you being offended for him when he isn't offended? That's fucking stupid. And she reckons I'm spreading racism and prejudice. I'm like, okay, bro, it's a fucking joke. That's because those people are oversensitive, Tyler. I hate this cultural appropriation concept. It's some stupid idea made up by American Gen Z and millennial generation. Well, there is such thing as a cultural appropriation, but it's way different than that. Cultural appropriation is like basically trying to overwrite the culture and tell it what it's supposed to do. You know? Like, oh no, you're supposed to wear a sombrero and have a Morocco. Is that what they're called? It's like taking it on yourself and saying, no, you can't do that because it's a part of my thing. So it's like they're literally doing what they think other people are doing. It's total projection, but they're just fucking retarded. So, I'm glad you put her in her place, Tyler. Because people like that turn into Karens. You gotta get to them early, before they solidify the Karen state. But yeah, people shouldn't get offended for other people. Is it octopods? The working name currently is just octopi. The names will most likely be changed to actual names of the races at some point in time. But for now, it's just easier to call them the octopi, the avians, and the insectoids, so we know what species we're talking about. Talks, get rid of this story, it's horrible. No, Callie, I love it! It's got elements of mythology in it. It is a stain upon my writing career. Well, that means your writing career is amazing if this is a stain upon it, Callie. It's like a $5,000 wine stain on your beautiful red sheet. That's like, you can't even tell it's there, but if you know it's there, it like enhances it. You know? It's like freckles. It's not a mole. It's like freckles. Sucks on the wine. Just like the egg in my dream, Callie. Just slurp up all that yolk off the ground. There's other things I slurp too, but maybe that's what the dream was implying, but I don't know. It was fucked up. When I entered my home, Reginald faced away from the door. He sat in a chair that hid away his legs. Who made it across the river? I can still hear his cackling. I know it isn't gone yet. Ekthros, is that you? You goat and beast. If I could manage it, I'd have your head for this and mount you on my wall. Guys, someone called me cute yesterday. Oh, Callie, you are cute! I was truly sorry, though. When I saw him, I realized he was beyond apologies. I hate all of you. Well, that's okay, Callie, because we don't hate you. So one day, when I was at work, someone said I was a handsome young man. Yeah, people, like, old ladies come into Walmart all the time, and they're like, it's so nice to have handsome young men working here. And I always say, you know what's weird? If an old guy came in and said that to a young chick, it'd be weird. Yeah, they're always old people. No, I didn't actually say that. I just thought it in my head. I streamed for the first time when I was like 17. Someone said, you might be the ugliest person I've ever seen. So we're all in the same boat. Damn, Jesus. You know, kids are fucked, man. You can't take what anyone on the internet says. They're fucking trolls. I don't believe you're the ugliest thing ever, even if you look like... I get it from women, I still have my handsomeness. True, Callie. You get catcalled, bro. You ever seen Sloth from the Goonies? We were talking about the Goonies earlier. You were talking about that, Beezus. So that's literally what you look like? Post your pics, bro. I could dress up for Halloween as him with just the Superman outfit. Okay, drop your pics in the fucking Discord, bro. I gotta see this shit. Everyone's throwing their pics in there, Beezus. You're up next. Get them in there. I don't care, bro. I stuck mine in there. Right? I mean, you can't beat... Joku. Damn. There it is. You can't beat that face. I'm good on that. I prefer the allure of maybe he's actually hot in disguise. My friend from Belgium just told me he eats raw chicken. Wait, Tyler, what? He has to be lying because you would be dead from E. coli. That's the reason you can't eat raw chicken. You won't have a friend from Belgium soon. Yeah, he's gonna be dead. You don't eat raw chicken, bro. Oh, salmonella. Sorry, yeah, that's what it is. Salmonella. E. coli is from uncooked, unprocessed beef. And it's only if the beef is infected. Yo, but guys, I'm not going to mention her name, and I hope she doesn't randomly arrive here and realize I'm talking about her, but we were looking at my website, and she saw my photo, and she was like, what a cutie, respectfully. And then I saw her stream, and her rules were, don't call me pretty, so I called her gorgeous instead. Damn, Callie. I love it. You're smart, bro. That's 500 IQ, man. You're going above and beyond. I love it. Can't beat it. Dude out here trying to fuck. True. Callie is putting a lot of effort into himself, so he better be getting noticed for that effort. And he's 100% worth it. He's got the creativity, he's got the voice, he's got the body, he's got the personality. He's a 10 out of fucking 10, boys. Feel like I'm putting in no effort, guys. Well, same here, Callie. I feel like I'm putting in like maybe 40%, 30% effort. I'm a professional Twitch chatter, and I've cultivated the body to show for it. A Redditor body, Beezus? Like, I put in the effort, but I don't see it. You know it would be nice if you, like... I mean, at least I can say I'm seeing the fruits. I'm starting to see the fruits of my labor. We all had progress bars. Yeah, if we had a progress bar, if the bar is this is how far I've moved. And we still have so much to go. I was truly sorry, though, when I saw him. I realized he was beyond apologies. A man fell to the ground and crawled over to me. The stubs that once functioned to help him stand seared shut by the flames. He climbed my clothes and grabbed me by the neck of my shirt. He grimaced. His eyebrows furrowed. His wide eyes beamed a bestial fury into my own. I regret ever taking you in. He let go of me and fell to my feet with a grunt. Put all my points into alcoholism. I put all my points into smoking weed. In the past, I felt sympathy for you, doubting anyone else shared the same fate. I suppose this is the equivalent to losing flight as an infant. I take your wings, you take my legs. We're even now, my adopted son. His anger burned a vivid memory into my brain. Okay, guys, wait, not just a talks. It talks! Where would you say I put my points? Like, outside of Twitch chat, because I feel like on Twitch chat, my charisma goes down by 99 points. I think you have infinite points, Callie, and you just keep putting all your points in every category. Yeah. Energy, presentation, that vibe. To be for real, I have a lot of charisma. You need to in order to be a comedian, Tyler. Standing in front of people and saying shit, that takes an understanding and an acceptance, right? Quick wit. Quick wit can be developed, though. Guys, Bookbuyer just got on. Wait, Bookbuyer's streaming? Oh, Bookbuyer's streaming, guys! Everyone head over and support Book. Whoops. Head on over and support Bookbuyer. I don't know what she's working on, but she's working on something. I'm also apparently really attractive, but I don't see that. History kind of proves it, though. Yeah, people have said that about me, too. I don't consider myself particularly attractive, despite the fact that I'm a femboy. Or in the recent Twitter post, femme old man. Which is funny, because they're saying that about a picture that was taken like 4 or 5 years ago, when I was like 29 or 30. So that's like not even up to date, which is even worse. I slept with way too many people when I was younger. Never had that problem, Tyler. But it's definitely the charisma that goes along with it that can get you a long way in that effect. Slept. Did I fucking... Am I retarded? I am retarded. I used to have an attractive voice when I was younger, apparently, so I used to pull so much virtual poon. But when I eventually met them in real life, they'd always give me that look of, you're not what I expected. It was fucked up. I went so hard on it that I had 5 girls at a time in a group chat, and they would argue what night they would come over. So I'm extremely jaded with sex now. That's understandable, Tyler. Just one of those things, right? In the past, I felt sympathy for you, doubting anyone else shared the same fate. I suppose this is the equivalent to losing flight as an infant. I take your wings, you take my legs. Or even now my adopted son, his anger burned a vivid memory into my brain. One of the Oneroi, a legless ghost of my mother, stared, straight-faced, Reginald, and screamed. I could feel my father's grief. In sign language, Reginald, mother is still alive. No, she's dead. She's one of them now, and it's all you're doing. No. In sign language, Father, you don't understand. That was an adaptation of my nightmares. That wasn't Michelle. He slammed his fist into the ground. No, this is punishment for trying to kill you. But you already died once. Reginald reached into the pockets of his charred pants. Shit, we're in the middle of an ad. I'm retarded. Bought a mountain bike and it's fucked. The gears are munted. I don't know what munted means. Shame, wasted $50. Damn, that sucks. Interesting, interesting. Never heard that term before. You learn something new every day. Reginald reached into his pockets of his charred pants. I felt the familiar sting of venom shoot through my right leg and fell to my knees. I placed my arms on the shoulders of the man who raised me. He pushed me with his goaten strength. I fell out through the door of the house and fell down the hill into the water in the valley. Blood gushed out. It was lonely. A dark red surrounded me, even darker than my blood. My blood was bright in the water. Dizzy, I closed my eyes to acquaint myself with death. Sprawled out against the mud. Water rushed into the wound, almost drained the valley of it, and sealed the wound shut. Countless scarves raced to aid me. They helped me to my knees. I felt alive again. I took the scarves along with a bit of cotton from one of the homes and made what looked like a pair of shoes. Then I walked up a hill where a house stood and left a pile of scarves. I climbed onto the roof. A child opened the door. It's an informal term that could either mean very drunk or broken or damaged. Cool. Put the shoes on, his jaw dropped. Mom, my feet feel better now. He ran down the hill, careful not to fall into the water. Curious, he dipped his toes into the water. It doesn't hurt. The boy stepped in and ran across the river, up a hill next to his, into another home. A woman opened the door. Charlie, how did you make it here? He smiled. Someone left these magic shoes here. You should put some on too. She fashioned shoes out of the scarves with cardboard as soles and went down the hill. Thrilled to be outside of her home, she headed for the cave where the village rhino viper lived, which likely fell victim to the river of fire. She ran to the cliff above the cave and took several fruits from the crates. The woman took a bite. A smile ran across her face in elation. It's been a while since she's eaten anything. A tear rolled down her face. After she ate, she made shoes out of the other scarves. She knocked on every door and left them until she ran out of clothing. Everyone put these on. Follow me. Phobator smiles upon us once again. They all went down from their hills and cheered. It was my hope that I could find family in a village or a country. Yet there was a devotion in family I could not find in those not of my blood. I was only meant to be their prince, no kings or queens to preside over me. Still, I hoped that in the next era there would be a semblance of what I wished for, a fairness I didn't have to force or instill, a peace that persisted between fellow citizens, a deserved respite from the nightmares. I ran for Wurnej, the capital city of Tiranin. When I arrived, there were as many piles of ash as there were victims in the windows. Those on the first floor had patches of char upon their faces, and, going up, the signs of suffering lessened. I imagined some of them met the same fate as Reginald. Sitting upon their wooden chair, there was a suffering in her eyes I, at first, refused to envision. The streets were paved with redstone and left almost no trace of the river, but I could smell what lay between the cement. Again, it was the smell of petrichor. The smell had me surrender to her eyes. My face turned to a grimace. Memories of my father filled my mind. There I saw my father when he first heard the shriek of the Onoroi posing as my mother. It was sad to see him in those eyes, yet I doubted she felt the same grief my father did. Remnants of what killed millions stood boiled in the crevices. Footsteps shook the castles, bricks in the pavement shifted, an earthquake took the woman off her seat, and behind her an older man who hid in the shadows took her by the armpits. He carried her through the open door. They hurried down the flight of stairs, and there were the charred stump legs. Kronos, cure this woman. By the time devastated, I'm sure it is within your power. The man yelled as he walked towards me. At this distance, I could see fumes rise from the gentleman's shoes. If you are so sure of my strength, sacrifice something of value to me, said Kronos the Titan with a voice that crumbled castles of stone as it rang. Phobator has left us with nothing but our scarves and food. Some of the aristocracy has left their scents after the phantoms rampaged the city, said the man. Then give me each of those scarves. As a Titan, I can destroy them and loosen Phobator's hold on the country. Yes, Kronos. You there, boy, hold Gale for me while I fetch the clothing. I hid my face under a scarf of my own and held Gale up. The gentleman knocked on a few doors and was able to collect a scarf from one of them. Those who were able then ran through town and collected more. I was only able to get one. Others are on their way with more, Kronos sighed. Then let me destroy this one now. What are we reading, by the way? This is Callie's story into the nightmare. It's like a mix of, like, myths in a mythological world, like Greek myths, and, like a half-goat kind of human dude. He's like goat human. Then let me destroy this one now. He grabbed the scarf. It disintegrated upon touch. I felt a strong headache and turned away from the three, my fingers searching for the horns that hid on my afro. One was missing, and the other was loose. I ruffled my hair and found the missing horn. The gentleman was about to hand a second scarf to Kronos. I came between them. Stop! I have something worth 1,000 scarves. Take this horn. I signed Kronos. Kronos grumbled. How is this at all valuable compared to a scarf knit from the very essence of a god? He croaked in sign language. Feel it. There's power in it, I bluffed. I never felt power in my horns, but perhaps there was something I couldn't read in them. Titan's fingers singed. He let go of the horn and gasped. There's vengeance here. Do you have any more? Horns typically come in pairs. I'm sorry, Kronos. No, he hummed. Very well, this will suffice. As promised, I will help this mortal with her injuries and any others, as this prize is more than I expected from any article of clothing. Kronos placed a finger as thick as Gale's thigh upon her chest. Her expression, that before drooped with jaw slack and eyes nearly closed, gave a token of having been woken up by the loudest bird singing, and she sang along. Birds as blue as her eyes and flew to the back of her sockets. He began doing the same for the rest of the village. The gentleman took Gale and me aside. Is he gone, Aelus? Gale asked, her face brighter than the sun that shone upon it. Yes, he is gone, my dear Spring Breeze. You're Alis, Keeper of the Winds, I sighed. Alis smiled. Indeed, and we would be putting cloth if not for you. We would be without cloth if not for you. I doubt we won't be needing it even if Kronos can take over. Though I do have a few questions. He walked closer to me. He expected a response in sign language. What are your questions? I will preface this interview with a few observations. First, you hid yourself in a scarf I don't recognize. It's difficult for the average man to tell scarves apart, but the winds tell me your secrets. And keep a few from me, as though you're exempt from telling the truth. Second, you helped us with an artifact known only by the aristocrats of our town, which I doubt you know the locations of, seeing as the winds tell me you're a newcomer. Where did you get that horn, and why didn't you give Kronos the second one I know you're keeping hidden? This was a barrage of accusations I was not prepared to argue against. The lack of paragraphing is difficult. That's because I copy and pasted it, Oiram Mui. Welcome, Oiram Mui. When it's in the Google Docs, it's a lot more precise. Do you know the joke, The Aristocrats? Maybe, Tyler? I don't know. I probably know it, just don't remember it, right? Hi, Ram! This is Callie's story, by the way. Why, perchance, perhaps, the pasting rather than the simple share. It's like one of the most famous jokes in the world. I have no idea, Tyler. I'll probably know it when you say it. Ram, I feel I am freaking shoulder. No one knows. He's a maniac about copying and reading it in Notepad. It's because it's... Do you guys not like it? Like, it's because nothing else goes into dark mode. Like, Google Docs still has that white fucking thing at the top there. So it's like, this is like... I don't like it. There's an extension for Dark Reader for Google. Send me the link for it. We're going to riot. It's a bit hard to read, honestly, but I've gotten used to it. I call for a riot against Notepad. I mean, if that's how you guys feel. You could also just copy and paste it into a new file with Scrivener. Oh, that's true, Beezus. So you guys are really opposed to Notepad that much? I guess we're getting rid of Notepad, guys. You guys win. You guys win. We're getting rid of Notepad. I don't know what to do. It's really hard to read because it's a wall of text. You'd have to look up someone performing it, and even then you might not understand the joke. Gilbert Gottfried has one on YouTube. Google Docs has a dark mode, you stinker. Yeah, but it doesn't work. I don't know why. I won't complain. I'll leave it to someone else that cares more than I do. Well, if it's a problem, I want to fix it. Okay, so it says that I have it. Google Docs dark mode. And then I go Google Docs. And it's not dark mode. This is like the opposite of what I want. Now I can't even read this. That makes no sense! Why is it making the outside and not this? Like, am I just doing something wrong? Page setup, yo. File? You guys know how difficult this is for me. But how do I make it this night mode without, like, without it being so... You know, my body hates me right now. Okay, so this is okay, right? Text to white. How do I change text to white? I do that with every page? Yes, Callie, you should. This is why, guys. Why can't it just be easy to get dark mode? Okay, no, I want this to be blank. How do I make it blank? Beezus, how do I make a new one that's blank? Blank. This is what I want. Viewer stories. There we go. Wait, what happened? I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna go to the file. If I had a long-range wiffle bat able to traverse the inner tubes, I just got him to use it today. He had Scrivener? I need to learn Scrivener now. You are an angel. Guys, I'm a fucking caveman, okay? Ram, we're reading my worst story ever published. Actually, I have a worse one I published when I was 21 and started at 15 that might be worse. Go to blank, delete the old one, and name it Viewer Stories. Visas, no complications. Just post the current cost thing in the random note. Okay, Callie's story. Let's go to Callie's story. Wait, Talks, do you think Into the Night Terror is bad prose? I wouldn't know. My brain is like numb to my own writing at this point. Yeah, I think the prose is completely fine, Callie. Why is it blue? The fuck is it blue? Why did it post it like it's links? Where's undo? Where's undo? Where's undo? Okay. Is this easier to read? Bro, you don't know the undo shortcut? Double space it, maybe. Can I do that? How do I double space it? Highlight it all and change it from 1 to 2 at the top. This one? This one? Is there any way to widen it? Like, is there any way to widen it? Because that doesn't get us very much on the screen. I'll look it up because mine's not like that. I read 8 words per line. Sup, Callie, guys? I don't know where I am. Oh, I think it's because I grabbed the wrong chapter. Oops. I think Ram is a spy. He's posing as a lamb, come to eat our grass, but in reality he's one of the Oronoi, injecting his carefully curated nightmares into our minds as we sleep, which he mixes in a little vial because on what he observes from us. I could definitely believe that, Callie. Okay, we're further down here. Let's find Reginald. Okay, yeah, you're Alan, Alos, preface the interview. Okay, here we are. Oh, Carp Billy! Oh, it's because you're full screen. Wow, really? No? I mean, there's this. Is this better? Page width doesn't change from windowed to full screen. How's this, guys? Terrible? You don't like it? You like this better? Annie, are you okay? Wait, guys, I have to sing Michael Jackson songs on Talk Scream now. Talks, let me in. Just hop in the Discord. I didn't even notice that the music was gone. Because all I hear is crackling in the background. The scarves along with a bit of cotton from the homes made what looked like a pair of shoes. Walked up a hill where a house stood, left a pile of scarves. Oh, I think a child opened the door. I think that's where we were. He put the shoes on, his jaw dropped. Mom, my feet feel better now. He ran down the hill carefully not to fall into the river. Curious, he dipped his shoes in the water. Nope, we already read that. We're down here. He walked closer to me, expected a response. What are your questions? Sign language, you question me, but I see you keep secrets too. It'll keep my hands tied to stop me. Okay. Elos, god of the dawn. Alo scratched his head. It's easy enough to tell for anyone who's felt the power of a goddess in their veins. Do you know the task she is cursed with? I won't bother asking you of yours, enemy. He said he knew my epithet in sign language. I heard about her when my mother read her books to me, but there was nothing about a task. Hers is to bring the rise of a second sun, though not as bright as ours once she dies. The stuff of her will form a star. He raised his arms, his hands in a fist. Nothing as monumental as reviving the personification of nightmares, though Gale can't be revived. Even when she does die, however, she will, as the clouds do, drift with the winds and worsen our weather. This fate is the reason I keep her a secret, and I'll treat you as I would my own son if you do the same. Gale stood. She heard enough. I would prefer a less gloomy aesthetic. She pointed towards the sky and dispersed the fumes that covered them with a light shot from her fingers. A star loomed over them. The sky is beautiful now, but there is still a redness assailing us with a false heat. It was hard to decipher what she meant by that. In sign language, is she out of sorts? Alis grimaced after I asked the question. Don't question her. We're used to Gale speaking in riddles, and it would benefit all of us to decipher them. It's suspicious you don't do the same, being an icon. How many times have you died, enemy? Sign language. I've forgotten. I can barely remember my recent deaths now. Ayla's eyebrows furrowed as he focused his stare on me. You don't need the S there, right? It should just be like that. I'm not 100% sure. When Kronos took a piece of you with him, he also took some of your memories. Furthermore, as we continue worshipping him, the weaker you get. Praying to him will sap you of your strength until nothing is left but the powers of time. I'd tell you to find your fountain, but I suspect most of them were destroyed. In sign language, what should I do then? As I am now a neutral party in this, I don't care much for whatever god we follow, but I did prefer things when Phobator was our god. In sign language. Then you'll convince everyone to worship Phobator again? Alias nodded. The country worshipped him out of fear. Perhaps we can instill that same fear once more. I will find you the spinner you're to trust with this information, and have her knit a pair of wings out of the city's piety. This is the poison that weakens you. In sign language. How does piety of one of God turn to wings of hate? I asked. Piety is piety, boy, no matter what god you worship. As for the spinner, she's particularly skilled and should have no trouble with you. The sign thing is a bit rough. Yeah, but this is Callie's first book, so I don't mind it. I think it's a cool aspect. It does get repetitive, and it gets to a point where you, like, if I was just reading this silently, I'd just skip over it. I just wouldn't read that part. Yeah, I put that in last minute. I had no idea how to put that in. That's okay, Callie. Just italicize it. I'd say establish that he can't talk, and then from there, anytime he talks, you know that he's signing. I'm not so sure about the brackets. I think just having, like, him talk normally once you've established that it's sign language is the way that he talks. Thing is, I use doesn't have italics carry over when I copy and paste. Isn't that what Control-Shift-V is for? But, I don't know. We should have you rest. I'll have everyone worship Kronos for the next few hours. I stared at him, unable to speak. Ah, you don't trust me? Then I'll do you a favor of finding you water from one of your fountains. But this is a temporary fix as long as Kronos roams the earth. I'm pretty sure your boy regained speech, so I think the brackets are a good idea. Okay. But this is a temporary fix as long as Kronos roams the earth. You'll have your horn back, but your wings are what we need to make this work. To be strong enough to bring down Kronos. Wait, how did you know? Sir? Callie's like, fuck, Atox couldn't predict it, but someone else did. It's a magical world, that's what I'd do. It's hard to write a mute guy. I avoided looking to his eyes. My hesitation pulled my gaze to his feet. He wore boots covered in red. Something. They mimicked blood splatter on walls of pure white. You probably had it read in the terrible novelist stream. Man, I'm so predictable? Creditable? Okay. They mimicked blood splatter on walls of pure white. I have bad credit. I'm not even able to credit. I see. I can credit you though, Callie. These The city is working on repainting the buildings. He rubbed the back of his neck. We planned on colors complementary to the redstone, but we ran out of green pigment, Alos said as he pointed at the other houses, the foundations of which were a dark green. Maybe it was subconscious, but my logic stands. True. See? Let me go. Oh, ads. Forgot the logic, Ram. Very true. Scoozy. Scoohoozy. A scoozy. Alright, we are back. By the way, Ram, are you a writer? Do you have anything you want me to read? Good sir. See, let me go off the chambers and seek out a fountain. See if there'll be, maybe, not now. I see, Ram. See if there'll be a fountain of hate for you to sip from. I want you to familiarize yourself with the city. While I'm gone, he nudged me towards the city center with the scarf that hid my face. I imagine Atox is like the 8th dwarf from Snow White, and he's like the outcast because he's just a little bit too tall. But he's blue, so they let him in the homeless Smurf with no place to go. Let him be the homeless Smurf with no place to go. I fucking love it, Callie. I just imagine it. Oh fuck. It's good. Where do I sign up? Oh, I think that would be called OnlyFans. I mean, what? Public stories in the Discord. I've been listening to the Nyandemic story this whole time, and oh my god, the amount of abstract horror this person has captured in the main character as they first witness others affected, and then as they start changing themselves is amazing. We are now talking applications. You just pass it in there, post it in there, and he reads it whenever you post it. Become homeless. I am homeless! Wait, Ram meant something else. He doesn't want to be a homeless Smurf. I'm homeless. It's my parents' house. I don't own a house. It's my parents' house. It is what it is. He nudged me towards the city center. Also, I've been meaning to say this, but you should change the waifu game category to NSFW. Wait, what? It's not, and I thought it was NSFW, Beezus. Callie, if it's not, go change it to NSFW. I just straight up post pornographic pictures. Yeah, I thought it was NSFW. Because the whole game itself is NSFW. I thought it was... Yeah, see, I'm pretty sure it is, Beezus. I'm pretty sure it is. Is there a method to your madness? Maybe I clicked on it to check and never realized. Ram, yes, there is a method to my madness, but what specific madness are you referring to? And then I can tell you the method of it. Do you mean the layout of the Discord? Enchilada. The whole enchilada. This you? I need access. I should be able to get access by the time I'm done Callie's story. It's only like a couple more slides. He nudged me towards the city center. With the scarf that hid my face and shielded my eyes, I watched as Kronos finished healing the last of the citizens. Eos was a goddess cursed by Aphrodite with an insatiable appetite for young men. There's no doubt Gale Spira was abandoned by her mother for others. With 4 sisters, she must have felt her love divided amongst them, and when they became the 4 winds, she felt unimportant. That might be when her mother deserted her after she realized she wouldn't find her way. Alos said piety is piety. I suppose I can tell her love is love, because he's still here for her, by her side, to take care of her in her time of need. I know of a story by a popular writer about Eos and one of her lovers. This was after the Goten were introduced into the world and they spread across and became Tyrannin, a country discovered by us. He reads a story to start, watches a Booksbox video, reads any other stories, has a philosophical debate if there's no other stories, then he plays games if there's still time. That's pretty much the stream setup, but we haven't gotten to commentary in a while. I've just been kind of skipping it, and we've just been stuck on the accusation versus convictions. Philosophical debate with Grok, I mean. Yeah. Oh, you forgot we write, Beezus. We also write, but we haven't really gotten there. Why is it okay to engage in eugenics? Exactly, Beezus. Exactly. She wanted to grant the man a gift. Wait, Eos had found a goatman of her own to seduce who was more handsome than any man she knew. She wanted to grant the man a gift, her own shining heart. The goddess meant this is quite the literal sense and gave him a daughter. Talks, I hate to interrupt your reading with my terrible novel, but I require that you watch the video I posted as a mod and admin, and you must bend the elbow to me. I invoke my powers. Alright, Callie. Alright, what is it? Okay. Okay. I don't know what to say. Okay. It is what it is. Thanks for that, Callie. I really appreciate that. That was great. Why do I see ass cheeks, sir? Because it's an AI generated, it's an AI generated, like, music video thing. Does that make sense? Because they're all sexy bitches! And don't tell me you don't like it, Callie. I know you like it. Her heart was swollen. Well, I focused on it because my cheeks hurt like hell. Girl was born, however, a deformity befell her and nearly ruined these plans for her. Wait. In quite literal sense, and gave him a daughter, one she expected to be generous enough to bequeath unto him a healthy heart that would allow him to live forever. I need you to massage them. When the girl was born, however, a deformity befell her that nearly ruined these plans for her. Her heart was swollen, beating out of her chest as a hill would quake in a valley. This is fine. Go ahead, said Eos. Go ahead and what? Asked Goten. It was a surprise to her that he hadn't caught on. If he hadn't gotten used to the idea by now, it was obvious it would be too late to tell him now. She recovered quickly from the birth and grabbed the baby. We only had one chance for this. You Goten were supposed to be smart, she said. If you wanted a Goten dedicated to their intelligences, you should have went after one of knowledge. I'm a Goten of power. He tried to take the child from her grasp, but she backed away. You mean I wasted my time with the wrong sort? I should kill you both, Eos said. She placed her baby on the ground and called forth the sun. A beam of light shone upon her chest, so white-hot it scattered the grass around her. The baby's father ran to protect her, but she didn't need to be saved. Her heart was so strong it beat back the sun itself. When he noticed this, the man revealed himself to be Aelus. I suppose now I know who the girl was in the story. It was Gale Spira. I didn't notice she had any issues with her chest. She must have recovered over time. It's sad her mother left her for someone else. Gods and goddesses were so lacking in loyalty that many children were left abandoned by both parents. But it's great to know Aelus remained with his daughter. Damn. Okay. Now we need... Where the fuck did it go? Is this all one chapter? Or is this just like all one story? I'm not quite sure, Ram. Like, is there more to this, or is this just the entire story? Wait, what? Wait, type in TW. Push Control F and type in 2. What? Absolutely gone. Push Control F and type in 2. No, it's pages. These are all pages. Yeah, it's 36 pages on Google Google Docs. So these are the tops of each of the pages that tells you it's a new page. This is page 1. I know, I used Control F earlier, Beezus. Yeah, we used it earlier. I'm not that retarded. I know how to use Control F. But here's a question, everyone. Here's a question, chat. Have you ever used Control W? Geez, I don't know, guys. I don't know about that one. Why do you keep trying to trick people? Because it's funny, Beezus. They ain't gonna come back after it closes it down. Then they're not worthy, Beezus. They'll always come back, bro. They'll always come back because they'll think it's fucking hilarious. And he's press Control-Shift-T to bring it back up. Man, I'm gonna do it just to have fun, losing a mod for 5 seconds. Press Control-Shift-T to bring it back up. I think it's fucking funny. If I lose all my viewers because of it, Beezus, it will have been worth it. Sup? Are you back, Ram? Are we ready for this? Welcome back, Callie. Buttons are fun to press. I didn't know what the second one did. Control-Shift-T brings back the last window that you closed. So if you ever accidentally close a window, you can just instantly bring it back up. Super convenient. Alright, are we ready for this, guys? I'm going to take a token, then we're going to read this. I'm super excited. I have no idea what this story is about. Okay, you've regained my trust. I don't know about that, Callie. You might be just super gullible, bro. I'm sorry that I'm taking advantage of that. Are you guys ready to lock in for this story? The teeth is cold. The Tetrarchs were arguably the most powerful 4 men and women in the galaxy. A single word from them could shift the economies of entire planetary systems. They waited for no man, save one, a woman. She had not appeared yet, but everyone present was anxious. She was the vocal leader of the Genetic Council and undisputed leader of the scientific community. She had the power the galactic government could never have. Talented people worked for her for free. She did not have to bribe them with anything but proximity to her brilliance. She was also a pain to deal with. Usually, her message transmitted to them earlier that morning had been unexpectedly conciliatory, and it seemed to them that she had finally succumbed to the appeal of their commercial propositions. The Tetrarchs glanced at each other, each thinking about how best to woo into their employ the service of the greatest galactic mind in centuries. The thrill of the hunt fell upon them, and they hushed to think. A new and young commander to lead their private technological empires. The whitely lit room they sat in was sparsely furnished, with its chairs placed in semicircular fashion. None of the Tetrarch's assistants were allowed to join the meeting, and the room itself was specifically designed to neutralize spacecraft. All of these requirements had been requested by her, and they obliged her eccentricities without questioning the why for. But in a minute or two, she would be late, and that kind of disrespect Tetrarchs brooked from no one, not even. The lights dimmed then, not to darkness, but into the familiar yellows of holographic artifice. The air surrounding the ceiling gathered itself into gray ooze before pouring thickly down the floor. The ooze became a shape, the shape took a color, it became a woman, a small one. She was indistinguishable from any of the other in the room, save her skin where checkered blocks would sometimes appear due to transmission distance-related errors. Her voice, however, rang crystal clear. "I am Emma Cohen. Before I continue and before you leave in a huff, I must own two things. One, this is a recording. The public rebroadcast will be later today." Shimmering scientist raised a finger. "Don't leave, though. You'll want to hear it. There may be public panic, so you'll need to act accordingly when time comes." She smoothed her dress. "And two, as you may have already guessed, I have called you here on pretense. I will not be accepting any of your job offers. My intention, in fact, is to do the very opposite." A recording. Murmurs surfaced in the audience, but none took exit. Such was their curiosity. Enna's image went on. "I am leaving the council." Before the Tetrarchs could moan, she hushed them. "Listen! It isn't like I was doing your bidding anyway, so don't act remiss now. The reason for this last message of mine is one of responsibility." Yo, they're selling AI plushies on Amazon. Wait. AI plushies? Like, as in, like, something that has, like, built-in AI into the plushie? So, like, you hug it, and then it comforts you, you punch it, and it starts crying? I need one of those. And it moves? I need a Furby that's like that, dude. Anyone old enough here to remember fucking Furbies? Back in the 90s when I was, like, 7? It's $26! Jesus! Can you program it yourself, Callie? I cannot leave in good conscience without once more warning against the gene initiatives. I was just gonna say that they're talking Furby 6.0. Yeah. I cannot put it more simply. Recant it, please. Gene editing on a massive scale is unknowable repercussions, and all the simulations thus far are unscientific, almost insultingly and obviously backed by a corporation who stand to profit from positive results. Where are the counter experiments? What are the simulations to show how opposite proteins and external environment factors combine with bespoke genetic manipulation? None exist because no process exists powerful enough to simulate the epigenetic effects of an infinite universe. I am not aware of the temptations. I am not unaware of the temptations. Extended lifespan, more brilliant children. Who wouldn't want a second golden age? But when we play as the maker with our own source code, we best tread carefully. If we cannot deduce, let us look to the past and infer. Look to yellow fruit. Does it taste as gummy as it did once? We may name it yellow fruit, but that is a fiction we tell ourselves to hide a worser truth. We had replaced it with a yellow fruit, but yellow fruit itself no longer exists. By the maker, it has gone extinct. Like other extinctions, we've smoothed the pain over with fiction. I need a picture. I need it, guys. Guys, you don't understand how much I need a plushie. I mean, go for it, Callie. There's nothing holding you back. Buy 6. And then have them fight each other for your love. And then record it and make it a video and go viral on TikTok. We replace these losses with other planet plants similar tasting cousins, so as not to alarm the inattentive public. And it has worked. We simply have not cared, my fellow humanity. You and I, we are not as diverse as plants. When some deadly disease finally figures us out, may it be through some genetic loophole, it'll come fast, and by then, who among us will have natural immunity? All of us will be too standardized by then. The other tetrarchs stood up to leave, but the oldest and most powerful of them held up a single hand. I cannot predict, Enna was saying, what form this blight shall take, only that it will. The fact that neither I nor the hundreds of our staff techs can even model it should frighten all of you. Another thing, a good number of my colleagues, in response to your recent slackening of centuries-old genetic regulations made by the Prime Techarch, have confided in me that too will be resigning. They too will be resigning. What if it comes alive and grabs a weapon? Yo, my childhood fears are coming back to haunt me. Absolutely, Callie. The murmurs from before had now risen to small conversations. The Prime Techarch's face reddened, but remained silent, intent on listening to the entirety. But we are not stepping down from the human race. Each of us will pursue different avenues to solve what we see as a clear and imminent danger. Some solutions are more optimistic than others. The consensus amongst them is that proper planning can reverse the catastrophe. The same way we've resurrected staple stock or other endangered species of yesteryears. They plan to collect and preserve heirloom genetic material so that when the genetic fallout arrives, these gene banks will provide the material to reset the human race. The cost of the cryogenics are exorbitant, and I beseech that you fund their noble efforts. As for me, by the time you hear this recording, I will have boarded a ship with about 10,000 others. Our destination will be uncharted space. I hope our colony will prosper, but if I could bundle past wishes in future providences, I would send them all to you. Instead, good luck, and may the Maker guide us. By then, the room's light had flared back to white. Orders were being issued. Find her, find them. It is likely that none of them heard the appreciation Anna Cohen's last appreciated Anna Cohen's last utterance. When the lips go, the teeth are defenseless to the cold. Ads. I think the Panda is a scam, guys. My software exports them to EM dashes. Is this published? I planned for 2 weeks. I write it all at once without sleeping. Damn, Ram. That's brutal. I want to be published. Do you consider publishing on Kindle? On Amazon? Or like any other like self-publishing platform? I haven't polished anything yet. They aren't ready. I see. I feel that. Fucking ads. Alright. We back. So this is all you want me to read then, Ram? Started about 6 months ago, and the only time I don't write is when I'm at work or sleeping, but I've still got a ton of progress to make before I can properly write prose. I've been doing a lot more reading than writing lately, but I think it's definitely gonna help. Doing more reading. I'm more interested in comments. I'm so sad the plushie isn't real. I'm gonna have to get a glow-in-the-dark one that sings. Yeah, Callie, it sounds too good to be true, you know what I mean? Like, we're still stuck on the dialogue on fucking chiral clones of the interview. Emma's son is the main character. Okay. See, so this is a prologue, and the main story takes part after a time skip. Great setup, though. And then I'm guessing this is in the new colony that she set out to, like, create with those other 10,000 people, right? Yeah, no worries, bro. We can read it. Do you want me to continue? The logline is, a prodigal son searches for his mother to find the cure for galaxy-wide infertility. Oh, cool. That is a really cool premise. I really like the whole cloning has created a world where everything we see is only an imitation of what we once knew, and one day it will introduce problems that we can't predict. True, Beezus. I always just think of the Asgard from Stargate SG-1. They literally cloned themselves out of existence. Because they ran out of genetic material. I will maybe make the dialogue next archaic in the next pass. But I'm a Foundation fan. Oh, yes, Ram! Foundation is so fucking good. Of all the sci-fi that I have encountered, Foundation, fucking prime. I love psychological twists and fucking shit like that. Plus, can never remember his name. Jared Herring? I don't know. I think you can turn the first 4 pages into 2 pages and it will be faster paced. But that's for the future. Really enjoy the story. Are you posting it anywhere? Or is it just being submitted to Twitch streamers as beta readers? It's in the Discord, so you can read it on Google Docs. I haven't done revisions yet. But you can grab it here. Cause like, you've intrigued me, so I want to keep reading it. Want me to wait for revisions, or are you fine with it now? I mean, knowing that it's just a rough draft, it's like, I'm excited to see the potential. I'm a fantasy writer. Interesting. This was for a contest I lost. Ram, if you're interested in a contest... check this out. And feel free to join the Twitter community. I'm more embarrassed to share you something I haven't revised thoroughly. We can still get the potential out of it, knowing that it's not fully complete yet. And that means we can also point out things, so you can, you know, improve on areas. That's why I like handing out the rough drafts. Then I'm like, when I do the editing, I know the direction that I need to go, right? My story's about 100k words right now, but it's never going to get accepted because it's written in script format because I thought it fit my theme, but all I've done is mess with the clarity. You never know, Beezus. You know, different formats sometimes work well for things, right? Of course, it's going to be a lot harder, but never say never. Alright, are we ready, guys? Let's do another little section here. I want to get into the heart of the story and really feel it. When the lips go, the teeth are defenseless to the cold. Torwald's Corwin smiled pleasantly and told them he was busy greasing his locker door. The beta readers seem to like it, but they're paid, so it's probably just to get another purchase from me. That's why I don't like the idea of paying beta readers, because then they're just gonna try and do something to get you to do more work. It's like a logical fallacy, right? The other four shrugged and then went back to watching the corner of the ceiling, where the mounted monitor showed a live, long wave of a marching band, ambling down famed Market Avenue in the galactic capital. It's the 20th anniversary of Anna Cohen Day, and the fools were all excited over the festivities being displayed despite the fact that they were light years away from the physical celebration. On the monitor, Torvalds saw two actors reenacting Anna's dramatized escape to deep space from the evil Tetrarchs. Never happened, of course, but it made for good entertainment. It's always not as good as you think, and not as bad as you think. Yeah, it's usually in the middle. It's usually in the middle. But it made for good entertainment. As for himself, he hated the holiday. During such days, space sports, even the small one like theirs, experienced a statistical doubling in contraband movement. They should be hating this day as much as I do. It's simply more work. A shout came from the cheers section. The long wave had cut to a live interview with an A-lister. Some tanned hunk or silver-haired starlet, something about extravagant wealth was inordinately appealing to his colleagues. Kowalds, however, knew firsthand that the capital world's idyllic image was a farce. In fact, it was a worser place to live than the colonies. At least here in the boonies, everyone started off equal. Only a handful of families had the wealth to pay for an enhanced child, and most chose not to do it because of the reverence to Enna. It was nicer to live out here, he realized. This place wasn't filled to the brim with sixth generation super genius. Much easier for him to stay hidden. Look at that, someone was saying. They even repaired the old Anna Cohen parade balloon, pulling out all the stops they are. Brings back memories. Maker's Moon. I used to love that thing. I love like your terminology for things, like with the maker and like that's such a good like voice. Tallwards ducked his chin, hoping no one would talk to him. He felt a presence to his rear and grimaced, readying himself for small talk. Enjoying Cohen Day tours? Millie asked. Sidling up to his locker. She was new to the team, but as solid as any vet. If I fuck, have a blast, everyone. Alright, Sean, have a good night, good sir. You gotta do it again. Go again, Sean. Go again. Fucker, you're cheating by using slots. I hate it, Sean. Why you cheat? Cheat after the 4th round, not the 1st. You're gonna make it too obvious. Anyways, have a good night, Sean. Fuck you. I fixed it for you, Torres replied quickly. He handed her the carbon detector from his shirt pocket. Easy on the keyboard, Kay. The soldering under them is still fresh. Sweet. She started jabbing. How much do I owe you? Torres dug his chin deeper into his collar. Don't worry about it. It was easy. The other officers noticed their conversation. Torres really changed, hasn't he? He used to be terrible with the ladies. Really? He's so smooth now, I think I'm falling for him. How much did he charge for you to fix your scooter? The largest of them, Foe cried. I had to sleep with him. Next thing I know, you're going to be ready to drop a couple million shards right after I think I'm done. Add points! Sean, that gives me a really good idea. But anyways, have a good night, good sir. Nilly laughed and she mimed smacking them with her detector. Why aren't you guys getting lunch? Canteen closes in 10 minutes, you dorks. After successfully chasing them out of the room, she returned her attention to Taurus. You always been good at fixing things? Ever since I was a kid, I guess. Sorta gravitate toward broken things. That must be why we get along so well. Taurus knew he was the one who should break the silence. He just couldn't seem to feel his tongue. Someone burst into the locker. Taurus, Nilly, get your gear! The other 3 officers rushed behind him. Their lunch hung from the sides of their bulking cheeks. Uh-oh, talk's a good idea. That means I'm in for it. Night! True, Sean. Take care. Sweet dreams. They flung open their own lockers, grabbing tactical vests, slapping on belts, and doing it all haphazardly. What's going on? Taurus asked. The one with the least food in their mouth answered, It's him! He just arrived to port in a quad cruiser. Oh boy, I can smell your promotion already! Taurus' eyes widened and he too began to gear up. He had been preparing for this for so long that it didn't feel real, now that it was here. Nilly's voice sounded annoyed. What's going on? It's him, Taurus answered in hushed excitement. It's the whale! The 5 of them arrived to Dock 9 at the penthouse level just in time to see the tow drones pull the Ashwood blade into magnetic lock. Taurs wondered why they were called space docks when it was such an indoor affair. The docks was more of a collection of buildings. More aptly, the spaceport was a space forest. Only each tree was 10,000 miles high, with the same number of branches flailing about in the exospheric wind. Along that surface, 1,000 concave suckers dotted, and they gripped spacecrafts or hangar enclosures of varied shapes and sizes. He moved away from the clear-story windows, walked around the metal detectors and into the inspector's operation room, where the view was larger. The entire wall was entirely made of glass, and Taurus was able to see Dock 9's suckers extend out and clamp onto Ashwood blades aft. The automated antivirus scans proceeded after, and that gave Taurus time to prepare. The room was sparse, no chairs, just the commander's table. Leaning over it, he short-waved a missive over to the bomb squad department. If they were willing to lend him their gear, then the whale, no matter how willy, was defeatable, and his promotion almost guaranteed. Bobbermen were funded by Galpal directly, so their equipment was always one rung above state-of-the-art. He giggled before he could stop himself. Is anyone going to explain what the whale is? Nilly asked again, this time without jargon. Taurus looked at the others for help, but to no avail. Rookies should train rookies, they had said. He flipped them off before apologizing to Nilly. I'll try to do better. You've got the Galpal board permissions, right? The answer was no. That explains why you don't understand the vernacular. Basically, he said phlegmatically, the Galactic Police sends us reports over the long wave, persons of interest. This person of interest, Nilly replied, he's in that ugly ship. Taurus tapped the table below him and lit up with the whale's details. Captain Jacob Leica. He read off the glass. Middle-aged, no record, but Galpal has 1,000 recordings of him hobnobbing with every underboss this side of the galaxy. They know he's a smuggler, but he's never been caught. The brass desperately wants to wrangle this guy. If we manage to dredge up contraband, Galpal would be grateful. And a gruff voice cut him off. You get promoted. Girly. Taurus turned around and winced. The voice belonged to their superior. Dagatal. Where'd he come from? Sinadoke wasn't supposed to be in the office today. Almost 7 foot all and nearly as wide. Is that supposed to say tall? Yeah, very interesting names. and nearly as wide, his brutal figure cut an imposing figure. He had been relegated to the backwaters of the colony, if you could believe him, due to the jealousy of upper management. Tors didn't believe it one iota. Cinedoke was a bully, and despite the genetic enhancements, downright incompetent. It wasn't that the new supervisor wasn't smart. That was genetically impossible. But the job was to stop smugglers, not to curry favors with a network of useful friends. He stood still as Supervisor Cinedoke prowled about. The man's breath smelled like red berries, one of the benefits of being born in a vial, Tors supposed. Unreasonable hate towards Cinedoke's parents welled inside him. Could they not have chosen some other flavor, another genetic package? Now he could not drink red berry without retching. Cinedoke had ruined it. Listen up, Cinedoke spoke again, fresh from the long wave. Rewards doubled on this whale. Tors heard his fellow officers give a collective gasp. Supervisor smirked. I'll be taking the lead on this one. Tors had been furtively peeking into his pants pocket where he had placed his personal shortwave unit. It buzzed. On it, the display read, "Okay." The bomb squad had accepted the deal. He broke the silence, hoping that his voice did not betray his excitement. "Sir?" Cinedoke sneered. "What is it, Diggle?" "Nothing much, you unctuous sock baby." Tors, however, responded with, "Sir, the rotations sheet says it's my turn at point." He could feel Cinedoke's eyes searching him. "What's this?" Cinedoke asked. His weary fingers clamped down on Tors's wrist, lifting it and bending it back. Tors had forgotten to remove his bracelet. "I wonder if I should tone down the vocabulary." I don't know. It kind of feels like the more repetitive, the more you do it, the more it feels like it's just part of the narrator's way of speaking. Like, I think it adds an element to the voice. But that's just me. Tors had forgotten to remove his bracelet. Regulations do not forbid accessories, but he kept it out of view because one culture believes such as Cinedoke often made a fuss over it. He rebalanced himself firmly. He pried Cinedoke's hand away. "Sir, I was allowed a carbuncla as part of my cultural heritage." "Unlawful code of dress," Cinedoke interrupted and began to nitpick. By the time the man was finished, Tors had been docked half of next month's pay. The supervisor listed all his failings, mostly in his appearance. Tors even agreed with most of them. Unkempt, too long hair, lazily shaven, wrinkled uniform, but when the supervisor criticized his body to muscle ratio, Tors stood his ground. After that, Tors would need to do some math, but he was so determined that he possibly owed a spaceport money. Not sure if that was even possible. Despite it all, Tors felt triumphant. He held out his hands and Cinedoke reluctantly handed over the official septicard of command. Tors was the agent in charge. He shanked the cartridge into his belt, and the edge lights around his pouches gave off a lambent glow. Tors watched Cinedoke storm off, which made him immensely happy. "My boy," Nilly said, "was that wise? What if we find nothing?" Tors smiled. "Oh, ye of little faith." He fished out his shortwave unit and spoke into it. "You can come in now." A Bomberman hovercraft floated into view in front of him. Cargo end first. Tors tapped the table and began a series of operations that would allow the craft to dock directly to the viewing wall. The thick windows receded into the floor. As the hovercraft's bay doors folded down, Tors could hear the joyful yelps and barks coming from within. When it did open, a small shadow darted out, rushing at Tors with incredible speed. Tors bent down and braced for impact. "How you've been, you lousy mutt?" The shadow pounced on him with all four paws. A rough, wet tongue assaulted Tors' face. Nilly's curiosity was easily sensed, so Tors made the introductions. "Nilly, meet Grinsley." "Alfonso," another bark reminded him to add. "The third. He's our secret weapon. Fonzo's the best." The mention of his name, Fonzo spun away from Tors' embrace and stood tall, as a soldier would during a roll call. Tors tisked Fonzo's predominantly black fur was mottled, indicating malnutrition. He visited the kennel often, but he had no jurisdiction. The other officers chimed in. Fonzo can sniff through Durasteel. Should I book a celebration dinner? Oh, I like Anna's diner. No, you like Anna. The food itself tastes like fuel cleaner. Torgs ignored the others. He hoisted himself off the floor and limped up the hovercraft ramp. Dag. For a hand-carried, luggage-sized thing, Fonzo sure packed a wallop. The pilot, Old Man Tannen, was at the top, already waiting. Tors held out his hands, the Bomberman pilot, and Fonzo's muzzle and the Skepticard. All readied up. Wrapped up in a clear poly bag. He handed them over. You boys going after the Ashwood blade? Torg nodded. The transaction completed, there was no reason to converse further. But something in the pilot's tone bothered him. Why? He asked. What have you heard? See that sled? Old Tannen pointed at Ashwood's front forward hulls. 4 hulls don't mean 4 engines. Count the converter, exhausts. That's 8. Deep space prototype is my guess. Compact as hell. Very hush-hush. You don't get that stuff without military connections. Things go bad, this Jacob fellow might be shooting you with some serious military-grade hardware. They didn't classify him as S-level. Galpal never makes mistakes, rah. The Bomberman paused. Hey, on second thought, you mind paying up front? Tor transferred over the credits absent-mindedly. He glanced back at Nilly and his other few officers. If he shared this information, would they still help him? But if they went in not knowing the risk, and if they came to harm, how badly did he want the promotion? Anyhow, it'll be okay. We've got shield vests and blasters, and it's only one man. What could possibly go wrong? Tor stretched his hands in supination. So that's what Old Tannen told me. I need to know now. You guys still in? One by one, they gave their excuses. Tor smiled falsely, and inwardly he regretted telling them. He could almost hear their thoughts. If someone more experienced was leading us, then maybe we could try. But Tors, he's nobody. He's Diggle. One by one, they returned down the conveyor belt. When the last officer went out of sight, Tors sighed and sank his sweaty pants against the console table. Why do you want the promotion anyway? Tors was surprised by the voice. Could have sworn that Nilly had gone away. Had refused to help him like the others. Does it matter? I'm gonna risk my life. I want to know why. If you don't tell me, I'm leaving. If you lie, I'll know. That made Tors smile, but he still didn't want to tell her. It was so stupid, and yet when Nilly made the motion to leave, he found himself voicing, I want to find my mother. Okay? Tors tried to work up more courage. Before she left me, she told me that she was headed for the outer colonies. If I get promoted, I could choose where I get stationed. I've been paying my own way for a while now. I owe a bajillion credits to 3 different banks. Trust me, I know how stupid it sounds. Nilly got up. How old were you when she left you? 10. Sounds like a terrible mother. I did say my reasons were stupid, right? Nilly held her hand. I don't think it's that stupid. Telling us that Jacob might be an S-class criminal? Now that's stupid. Tors nodded glumly. But I like stupid, and I do owe you for fixing my box. So what's the plan, boss? Fonzo came over and bit Tors playfully in the hand. Tors returned the affection with a chin rub. You guard Jacob in here. Meanwhile, Fonzo and I will clear out every room. If Jacob causes trouble, Tors points to the console. Tap here, and this whole place rings like one giant alarm. You've read a good bit already? You sure you don't want to stop? It's only 9,000 words. I'm interested. It's really good. I'm enjoying it. I don't know about you guys. I love sci-fi, man. We're gonna have an ad break in a sec here, though. Anyways, second now. There it is. Right on time. Cough, 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 cough. Cough more, cough more, cough more. Cough more, cough more, cough more. Cough more. Cough more. Guys, I can cough more. I'll cough more, you're off more, sure more, you're for more, you're more. Pour. Pour door. Get ready! All right. Doc 8 and Doc 7 will send a team over to assist. And what if you get into trouble? On cue, Fonzo barked. Even though a thick layer of matted fur covered his muscles, Torres could see it flex and torque. Oh, we planned to. The plan immediately encountered problems. Captain Jacob refused to leave the ship, explaining that he had very expensive items and could not in good conscience leave them alone. He brought up some very strong legal precedents. Millie smiled, batted her eyelashes, agreed, and offered her hand, saying what a huge admirer she was of Jacob's fame. Jacob, clearly pleased, shook her hand and then collapsed into a heap. DRX-9, Millie said as she hoisted the captain onto the pilot's chair. She held up her hand and pointed at the signet ring she wore around the church finger. A small needle protruded from it, dripping slightly with purple liquor. Torres frowned. You could have warned me. And spoil the surprise. He'll be out for a while. Come on, let's clear the rooms. The Ashwood blade had 8 compartments, 3 cabins, 4 bays, and a bridge. Fonzo took lead. Of course, 1 room cleared. 2 rooms, 3 each one held nothing but refrigerated vegetables. Torgs began to despair. Even before the last room was fully sniffed, he knew it would be a dead end. If Jacob were so easily caught, he wouldn't have been a whale. How much time do we have before we have to release the ship? Nil asked. Oh, about 10 minutes ago, Torres told her. How long does DX9 last for? I don't know, I've never used it like this before. I mostly use it to get out of crappy dates. Torres looked at her. I'm joking, of course. What's the plan? Torres could feel the sweat on his skin. He was back in school again, except the punishment this time was no nun's yardstick with Nillie's disappointment. He preferred neither. A frustrated Nillie began to bang on the wall. She complained loudly. Why are all these terminals broken? Spaceport regulations, Torres told her. Require everything be powered down after docking. Then why are the environmental controls still on? Well, Torres began. Wait, it shouldn't be on. Oh, I like that look. Give me your detector, Torres mumbled. Power lines are sheathed in carbon fiber. If I adjust the settings, I can probably detect the voltage. It's not magic, Torres. We'd have to touch the meter onto the surface of every riveted duraplate in this joint. Torg grinned and signaled for Fonzo, who barked. On command, his pod ally began sniffing. Wordlessly, man and animal worked in tandem. Fonzo fanned the conduits. Torres recorded the electrical deltas. It was slow work, but eventually they found that there was only one room that was the coldest and drew the most power. The captain's quarters. In hindsight, that was where Torres should have been looking from the start. As they entered the room, he said these thoughts out loud. Millie whispered a response. Journey before destination, my boy. She pointed to the thick layer of condensation covering an entire wall panel. Secret room, she mouthed. I'm willing to bet there's a freezer behind that thing. The refrigerated vegetables was an excuse to keep the temperature down to avoid condensation. I'm willing to bet Jacob's never been in dock long enough for the temperatures to rise back up. Why are we whispering? From my experience, smuggling isn't something a single person does. It's a long galaxy. Someone's got to take the wheel while you sleep. I don't care how paranoid you are, there might be a person inside. From your experience? Are we doing this or not? Okay, on 3. All 3 looked at each other and began to count on with their heads. Torres clipped his terminal leads onto the panel beside him. The panel slid open. Thick blankets of rolling white vapor poured out. The hidden vault was almost as large as the captain's cabin itself. Lining the walls on all 3 sides were square boxes connected together serially. Cryo chambers. Torres realized then that Jacob's choice of contraband was none other than embryos. He looked to Nilly for approval, and for that he was rewarded with a scrunching of her button nose, the universal sign for attaboy. From an abstracted corner of his eye, he noticed his 4-pod companion still prowling around. There was a clothes locker in the corner of the room, and Fonzo was keen on it. "Fonzo, wait for me," was what Torres started to say, but Fonzo had already acted. Fonzo's front paws worked the doorknob expertly. The locker door flew open and its contents tumbled all out, one of which was a gaunt and clearly shivering man in a parka. There was a micro-blaster in his hands. The next moments were a blur that Torres could barely remember. Everyone shot at each other. When it settled, Fonzo was dragging the enemy by the gun arm. Every time the injured stranger shifted, Fonzo would twist in a fashion that would slam the man's head into the ground. As Nilly cuffed the man in the parka, Torres checked Fonzo for injuries. "Maker, willing, you never listen. What if you had gotten hurt, my bad boy?" Fonzo whimpered, and Torres relented. He added, "Okay, you're still a good boy." Fonzo practically wagged his tail off. "Just don't ever scare me like that again." Nilly had finished her work tying up the Jacob's accomplice. "You boys ready to finish this, or do I have to do all the work?" Torres grinned, fished out his shortwave. "This is Torres," he began, and then paused before remembering his fake surname. "Torres Brandon of Customs, reporting contraband, Doc 9, you copy? Reporting contraband." After a while, his face began to hurt from all the smiling. It was a strange feeling. It took a while for him to identify it. He was happy. The happiness did not last for long. The days afterward were filled with reports, except they were not the type that Torres wanted to fill. He sat in his dim-lit corner of an office and pecked away. By the time he was done, the keyboard would need to be replaced. Never in his life was he so furious. As if on cue, the object of his ire filled the door behind him, blocking whatever dim light he had. Senadoke knocked comically. His voice was drippy. "Are the reports finished?" Torres spun around. "It'll be finished when it's finished." That moment, Senadoke, no larger and faster than Torres, could ever hope to be kicked the chair out. "I knew you Diggles were stupid, but I always seem to need reminding. I want to hear you say it again." Torres spit out some blood. "What? Who was the lead investigator during Jacob's arrest?" "You were," came Torres' reply. He did not look up. "Who discovered the vault?" "You did." "And where were you?" "I was guarding the entrance, along with Junior Inspector Nilly Hanlon." Torres could barely hear his own voice, but Senadoke seemed satisfied. "And Torres," said Senadoke, as he helped Torres back up, "you know what'll happen if you insinuate or add flavor to the reports, right?" Torres nodded like a stupid man. Senadoke laughed. "Torres," he said, "I don't know what you're running from, but I can guarantee you it's only a matter of time before I find what your true name is. And if it's profitable, I'll sell you to the highest bidder. So after your reports, if you want to flee, I don't mind. I'm not heartless. Now, what do you say when a person helps you, Diggle?" Through clenched teeth, Torres eked out a "thank you." Torres knew he had a choice to make. He bought a homemade half-blaster from the pawn shop next to Anna's diner. He waited outside Cinedoke's favorite club. He didn't have to wait long. Cinedoke couldn't hold his liquor. Since Cinedoke's hovercraft was company property, it was a simple matter of inputting the correct Scepter card public credentials into the tracker. A little red ping told Torres exactly where to go. The rain could not stop him. Nothing could. Cinedoke usually spent an hour with a Meritrix. This he knew. Torres waited for her to depart, but when she did, the gun in his lap felt so heavy that he could not bring himself to exit his coup. Tap tap. Nilly? Torres asked. He hastily hid the half blaster under his seat, but he was sure that Nilly had seen it. Gonna let me in? It's pouring out here. Click. And she was in. Nilly broke the silence that preceded. So, you want to talk? No. Nilly's tone was soft, but what she said was stern. I don't like self-pity. If you don't shape up, I'll probably never see you again. Is that what you want, Torres? Torres shook his head. What do you want me to say? Nilly leaned back. My boy, how about you tell me what you're doing in front of the supervisor's apartment building at 3 in the morning with a sawed-off blaster hidden under your seat? Thinking, Torres replied. This time he did look at Nilly. Her question and his answer was so silly, and it had made him remember all the things he liked about her. Unlike Torres, Nilly had refused to credit Cinedoke with the Jacob arrest. Eventually, she was fired. How could Torres explain to her that he hadn't meant to betray her? His identity as a Cohen had to be kept secret. Cinedoke didn't know who he was, only that he wasn't Torres Brandon. The look of betrayal on Nilly's face had been seared into his mind. Why didn't you back me up, Torres? Why did you let Cinedoke walk all over us? You don't have to do this for me, Nilly said. I'm okay. Or as you like to say it, I'm K. Torres laughed so hard he began to choke. When he stopped, he sobbed. I'm so sorry. I should have backed you up. He started hitting himself in the head. Somehow he found himself inside of Nilly's cupped hands. She was saying, what did I say about self-pity, my boy? Torres blanked. The world became only sensations. On his lips, he tasted cinnamon, smoker sticks, and saliva. In his ears, he heard the soft, squishy sound Nilly's nose made when it pressed against his. Nilly giggled. Let's get out of here, Torres. What's your favorite place in the whole world? I mean, besides here? Oh, you romantic, you. Torres leaned back against his headrest. Want to go visit Fonzo? Nilly laughed. Floor it. Torres pretended to be happy for her sake. He was happier, yes. Who wouldn't be? Nilly was more than deserved. But he knew he had once again allowed his true nature to win out. How long did Nilly need to convince him to drop his vengeance? To forgive Cinedoke? I'm good at forgiveness, he thought as he drove off into the pouring rain. After all, isn't forgiveness the only competency that weak men can have? A good thing about a negligent kennel master is that they are negligent. Oh shit, Tyler! Thank you for the raid, good sir! How are you? Welcome to the show! How was the stream, good sir? And how are you guys? We are reading Ram's story. It is a space sci-fi story. Short and sweet. Well, that's always good, Tyler. I love those. That was us yesterday. Yesterday was short and sweet, and all we did was fuck around and do fuck all and nothing. Except we helped Callie, of course, but it wasn't like nothing, but, you know, it wasn't the usual, let's say. What's up, Callie? It talks! What and why? What? Your dick? Why? I need it. Why is there a big man in a bee suit? A moth suit. Wait, you don't know the Venture Brothers, Callie? That's why you have the wings. You are the monarch. He's the monarch butterfly. He's like an evil genius. They're the villains. It's like super geniuses and super like villains. And you have like arch enemies, and it's like arching. That's why in the follow clip, Dr. Girlfriend says, hey, Dr. Hatred used to arch for, you know, so he'd be a perfect match, so they could have, you know, Sergeant Hatred. Their passwords never change. Taurus, Skepticard, cloned ages ago, granted him access to every level of the Pendentive. Talks, I feel like what, Callie? Is this like a parody of Batman? Wait, what? Is what a parody of Batman, Callie? Oh, the Monarch? No, it's just a joke that he was raised by... No, not really. It's just a joke thing. Making fun of men in superhero suits. It's not really making fun of, it's like badassness. It's just a humor factor. The Monarch has just the stupid premise of he was raised by monarch butterflies, so he takes on the epitome of a monarch and he flies through like his base is a giant flying beehive. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's what makes the Monarch so amazing. It's just so retarded. It's like, fucking why? Why? But so is the main, because the main character, like the Dr. Venture, is actually like a retard. Like, he's terrible at inventing things. He's a complete failure. But his father was one of the best, like, I don't know what to call them. Adventurers, essentially. Like, he built a space station. Like, he was basically like Indiana Jones. I think we should eat marshmallows off his belly. I agree with that. He hoped Nilly enjoyed the architecture of the place. Oh, Jesus. The building was spherical, but in a way that always dizzied onlookers if they stared too long. Made entirely of spherical glass, the building was actually a complex of 5 massive spheres, each bubble overlapped with another. Nilly squinted. Beautiful in a way, I guess. To me, it looks like a child got overzealous, scooping ice cream into their glass bowl, Tors. You have no appreciation for the arts. Tors pulled the coupe into the topmost ice cream scoop, or more aptly, the kennel sphere. The late-night cleaning shift knew him well. In fact, they thought he was part of the staff. There were 100 versions of Fonzo, each numbered by a hexadecimal code. Their glass enclosures faced each other to alleviate loneliness. The spiral ramp circled downward 10 levels, with each level penning 10 animals. Wait, you memorized them? Nilly asked. It's not truly memorization. It's the wrong hex number and the wrong Fonzo. I can feel it. It's like the sidewalk in front of your apartment. Even if it's pitch black, even if it's not the correct way home, you can still feel that the general area is off somehow, no? Tors watched as Nilly threw her head back for a hearty laugh. She then promptly kissed him on the second time that night. This time she had grabbed his neck much too violently, and the nape of his neck ached dully. He wasn't going to complain. They arrived at the last level when they entered Fonzo's room. Tors backed away and refused Fonzo's full-bodied pounce. Puppy no longer, Tors tried to explain. It took more than that to convince Fonzo, but eventually they reached an understanding. Tors would pounce Fonzo. Even better, Tors wondered if telepathy existed, like the kind he read in science fiction. Because there was no rhyme or reason to how he communicated with Fonzo, it just was. For instance, Fonzo had been expecting him, but currently the animal was complaining because their wet clothes made them smell difficult. Still, Fonzo was happy to see him. Around Nilly, Fonzo was surprised, skittish. Don't be mean, Fonzo, Tor said. Nilly said she wasn't bothered by it. Fonzo couldn't smell me properly, she said. The time flew by easily. Fonzo ran through his repertoire of flips and tricks. Tors had seen most of it, but he was eager for Nilly to experience it for the first time. She, however, seemed to be in a talking mood. Where are you from? She asked. The capital. Tors had not wanted to say this. And your mother, her name? Tors heard barking from Fonzo. The high-pitched, disturbed kind. Normally, he could understand Fonzo's if the animal spoke in common tongue, but somehow the lateness of the hour was affecting his cognition. Reality faded in and out. Her name's Tors. Her name, Tors, came Nilly's voice from the ether. Her name. Cohen, he said dreamily. Enna Cohen. Oh, fuck! No! Don't! No! What have you done, Tors? Tors closed his eyes. It had been so long since he admitted that. It felt dangerous to say it that out loud, but he could trust Nilly. Nilly asked something else. She left me behind, he sobbed. She took my sister instead. I'm worthless, weak. No, Nilly told him. Where is she? Do you know where she is? Do you know where she is? Does anyone ever know where they are? Life's a mystery, Nilly. The voice outside spoke, but it didn't sound like Nilly's. But who else could it be? It asked him. Try to think. Did she leave anything behind? Tors pointed to his bracelet. He told her that it was a gift from Mother. Dag the maker to hell. An apology, I think, for not being smart enough to be her son. I didn't know why I kept it. Someone touched his wrist. Good luck selling that thing, he told them. Craftsmanship is shoddy as it gets. Then the world closed completely. He did hear briefly, however, Nilly's voice in his ear. It repeated, I'm sorry. This confused him. Why would she say this? But by then, he could no longer think. Couldn't dream, couldn't move, speak, or even be. Torwald's Cohen woke up with a raging headache. He panicked for a while, thinking he had gone blind. When he found himself unable to move the strong side of his body, he doubly panicked. He asked himself, am I paralyzed? With both vision and motor skill returned soon enough. He was not home. He was not even on colony. Tors recognized the Ashwood blade. No, that couldn't be true, and yet it was. He was in the vault. He recognized his own blaster fire. He had shot so off target. The blackened spot was plump, smack dab on the ceiling, right next to the fluorescent lights. He was also fettered in a gurney bed. What the maker was going on here? Ava64, thank you for the follow. How's it going? A voice behind him beyond his ability to turn his head, bounded toward him. Torwald's Cohen, I presume. Ooh, the flying. Forgive me, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me, as much as I have for you. Tors heard the man give orders. Military men came in and strapped him even tighter in the gurney. Oh, they pretended to be civilians, but Tors had escaped from enough tetrarchy men to not recognize a special agent when he saw one. The way they responded to his sudden movements was too quick. The blaster calluses in the soft of their hands was a particular shade of jaundice only professional shooters enjoyed. Why are you still alive? What the fuck? Thank you so much, Bot Ricks. You are the best. Okay, Avis, thanks for that. Smokey, why the fuck wouldn't I be live? The fuck is wrong with you, bro? I'm always live. I'm never not live. What are you talking about, Smokey? Get a load of this guy. He thinks I go offline. Normally 12 you stop for me. Normally, Smokey, I do your mom, but just not happening today. It is what it is, bro. Can't win them all. Right? Sometimes we get stories and sometimes we don't. Sometimes we get stumped on writing and sometimes we go. That's how you treat a subber? Yes, Smokey, because I don't give a fuck. Because you're my best friend and I can treat you however I want. Because I know that I mean it. So fuck you, Smokey. Bitch. What are you gonna do about it? Huh? I'm not your friend. I'm not your buddy, guy. I'm your mother. Very true. Very true, Smokey. I believe it. I 100%... With that voice, I 100% believe it, bro. You've got... Like, Dr. Girlfriend's got nothing on you. Aside from the storage bays, Ashwood Blades Bridge was the only place on the ship big enough to fit all of them. As they wheeled him there, he took a head count, 6 agents, including the 7-footer who sat in the pilot's chair. The boss, no doubt. The man in the chair leaned forward. Even from this distance, Torres could smell the familiar scent of redberry breath. I am Rakesh, the Hansile explained. Game time yet? No, we're not going to be gaming today, Smokey. Sorry. No gaming today, you can fuck off. Or you can just hang around. You actually suck. I'm sorry, Smokey. Don't blame me. I know I like sucking dick. It's not my fault. I mean, what? Brought you here in hopes that our interests may coincide. I hear you're looking for your mother. We share that purpose. I propose we work together. Now I'll have to find another werewolf that games. Oh my god. True, Smokey, true. Tor smiled falsely. I don't disagree, but tying someone up isn't something partners do. Look at all those points, bro. You could go pretty ham, Smokey. But you should do it at the start of the stream, not the end of the stream, you know?
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
We're never gonna finish this, are we, Smokey? I'm sorry, Ram. Welcome to Smokey's domain. It's now Smokey's stream. He knows what to do with his point.
How dare you fucking tell me what to do with my points, you peasant.
I'll tell you one thing, Smokey. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back.
You do take the piss. I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
Come out now. Come out. Oof. Give me a kiss. Not sure if you wanted us to leave comments or not, but I've left a few in it. I will kiss you on your butt lips. will kiss you so bad. True, Smokey. Don't kiss me on my butt. Tying someone up isn't something partners do to each other.
Why not on the butt?
He coughed. Unless you're into that sort of thing, no judgments. I myself prefer talcum powder and yellow fruit.
It's how I show affection.
True, Smokey. An agent slapped him across the face. Rakesh remanded his subordinate immediately, but it was farcical. The acting was almost atrocious, and Torres felt insulted. True, apologies, Rakesh said. My friend is overeager, although he may hit you again if he feels you are being too flippant with... Okay, good. Wow, thanks. Flippant with our time together. It may be my fault entirely. I'm expecting you to answer when you are not... when you are at an informationally inferior position. Give me a link to your work sometime so I can return the favor. True. Torres felt a wad of something yank across his back teeth. After the violence, Rakesh began. I am under
will destroy
employment.
This stream in 10 minutes. I will destroy this stream in 10 minutes. I will destroy this stream in 10 minutes.
Yes, I agree, Smokey. Underemployment of the Prime Tetrarch. We know who you are. He held up the carbuncle bracelet. Torres ducked his chin and strained his arms.
Hitox will now dance
against
for you.
His constraints.
Please fully enjoy this immersive
His
experience.
wrists were bare. Dag stabbing thief. Mr. Cohen, calm yourself. Your property will return to you, and other benefits as well. You only need to answer me one question. Rakesh got up this time and walked over after being ungagged. Torres thought about biting the man, but decided against it. He began remembering what had happened. The pendentive. The kennel sphere. He swore to the maker if they had hurt Nilly. She's in on it, you fucking idiot! No, Smoted ID. Did that to be rude to me. I don't believe that.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Oh yes, I will be rude to you. Smokey's rude to everyone, that's why we call him Smoted ID.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
You forgot to put the cum after it! Smokey, you forgot to put the cum after it! No, you need them to get like one after the in the same line. Right. Man, I can't spell right now. I'm drinking beer. Smokey, stop coming on the stream. Bastard. Enough of you, grounded for life.
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight
True.
setters back in place, slut.
With Smokey here, I don't know if we're gonna make it through. Please not shout me. Aw, poor Smokey gets spooked by shouting. That's okay, Smokey, Smoted ID. It's okay. We understand. It's post-nut clarity, of course. Didn't expect you to read so much anyhow. I see dead people. True. But we might have to cut it off here, guys. I'm pretty fucking tired. So... that's, yeah. Getting to the point where you can tell...
Mission accomplished.
Fuck you, Smokey. You can tell that, like, I'm fumbling my words and shit. It's like I'm, like, basically getting to the point of, like, double vision. I'm like, fuck. Is Book still live? No, Book is not live. Unfortunate. We'll have to find someone we can raid. Guys. What am I looking for? What the fuck am I looking for? Why am I so retarded? Sir, I desire to. Sir, wait. Powerpuff Girls time smoked it. Yay! Sir, I have a request. Okay, what is it, Callie? We're in ads right now, Callie. Do you want me to raid a specific person, Callie? They're kicking me off stage, sir. I didn't get to perform for them. I need my Viagra.
If you can't say F asterisk asterisk you to your friends, then who can you say it to?
See ya, folks. Alright, see ya, Smokey. And I'm getting like a headache from this fucking consistent static. I gotta get new headphones, guys. Apparently I blew these ones up. True, Avas. Didn't even let me talk, sir. I'm sorry, Callie. But we can continue this next time you're in here, Ram. I thoroughly enjoyed the story. I guess it's a talks, not me talks. I wouldn't let Callie talk either. He might seduce me with that girly voice. Oh. That's right, we're so sorry for that. It is what it is. Smokey, I will fuck you in the ears with my Vokla chords. Vokla? What is a Vokla chords? Alright, guys. Well, we had a fucking good day today, guys. Okay? We didn't do any writing, but we did a lot of reading, and we learned a couple of things. We put some new perspective on how we're going to look at the first part of the entirety of the book and switching chapters around and stuff like that. So it's going to be really interesting. So, remember, guys, you are amazing. You are the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew. Bet meet you there. 9/11, we'll do it in the buildings as they fall. It'll be like Titanic, but now I do drugs. True, Smokey. Alright, guys. Remember, you're amazing. Stay yourself. Keep on creating. And remember, if you can't say fuck you... God damn it, Smokey! But we'll both be very high. True. Remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, guys, who we rating? Get it? Because we're in tall buildings? Yes, we'll both be very high up. I couldn't help but fall for you. Oh, I love it, Smokey. You guys are going fucking super ham on that shit. That's absolutely amazing. I love it. I couldn't ask for more, guys. It has been extraordinary. Tomorrow, we will be back again. But who shall we unleash you guys upon? Who shall... That's right, we're sorry. Please forgive us. Please. Gay, love, love, gay. I'll never forgive you the shame you have brought upon this family. True, Smokey. Guys, I don't know where to go, so we're gonna go here. We got a brand new one we're gonna send you to.
Intoxication, I see this. 57%. Did I do it correctly? I did. A fellow writer and reader. Hope you're doing good.